And yeah, we rated Sergeant Pepper yesterday, right? Yeah. Okay, so what I am seeing. It's not entirely ideal, but it is a thing. And the issue is that we start to see like major spikes for CPU and disk usage. And it all seems to start at like one specific moment, right? Memory even spikes during that same time. My theory, and yeah, all this stuff crashed. So that's fun. All right, so I have. Yeah, yeah, for sure. I, I could have sworn that was a band that I was planning on seeing too. But yeah, we've listened to him here on stream before. How do I look at like last year's venues? Yeah, past Seattle, Washington on September 7th. I don't think that's the band I was thinking of. When was TwitchCon? Yeah, see, no, this would have been October. Okay, so yeah, it wasn't Hotel Pools I'm thinking of. They only have upcoming? Do they not have like past? Damn it. Okay, so I'm thinking of a different band. It sounded like Hotel Pools though. Damn it. Numos. Sweetwater? Maybe it wasn't the 15th. Hold on. 17th to 19th. It had to have been the 15th. Yeah, I don't know. There was some band where I met one of the members, and their name was something like Hotel Pools, which is why I'm like so hung up on it now. Damn it. Yeah, it definitely would have been the 15th. And the artist was Odatari? No. Nah, it was not Sweetwater. Oh, that's like an old ass band. And it was not those guys either. Maybe it was for a different event. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Um, man, shit. Let's put some of it on. Wow, that was some crazy spam. But yeah, hold on. Let's double check. I know we've listened to Hotel Pools before. I don't think we've listened to him for a few years though. So yeah, we'll check some of it out for sure. We'll let the album finish, of course. But yeah, all right. Okay, so back to it. Okay, the Rust Turbo Stream. All right, Minimax. Ah, shit. Free usage exceeded. What? Damn, so OpenCode Zen doesn't have the free GLM anymore either, does it? What's up, Miku? How you doing? Doing all right. I think I'm being lied to by OpenCode. Oh. Oh, I see. So all of their free tier is out. Oh, and hold on. It's opencode.ai, right? No, not AU. Okay, glad they didn't leak that. Thanks. Okay, so hold on.
This is medieval time!
Okay, hold on. Let me do this. Sorry, one more time. Okay, so my guess is that they were seeing that I had no balance. If I just pay them 20 bucks and don't use the balance, when do they expire? I guess that's a thing. So they don't say when they expire. Okay. My guess is that OpenCode's limit reset at like, I would guess 4 o'clock. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so the hour, that was actually telling us exactly when the server said we should retry again. Aha. So yeah, in an hour, we can use the free tier models again. Okay. That makes sense. But we can also just switch to a different model. Now, let's try some hotel pools. I think the problem I had with hotel pools is they keep doing like single songs instead of like whole albums. But this does look like an entire album. So I don't know. Yeah, we'll give it a shot. This is a full album. Let's see how it goes. Let's just stick with Minimax 2.5 then. How's the font size? I know I messed with it a minute ago. Okay, so what that means is we can fire up conductor again. Okay, so that one's good. All right, so then here we go. I have pushed all 3 branches. So yeah, this is my first time really messing with manually spawning and forking these separate tasks. Like I know OpenCode does that a little under the hood with its like agents, but this is more like farming out like individual tasks instead. So it's more like breaking it up and then orchestrating it from there. But it seems to have at least understood a little bit what the plan is. I think this definitely takes longer than it should. I think the biggest problem that I have with it is that these all happen in like workspaces that I just really don't have access to. Unless. Here we go. All right, so we'll let this one finish. We'll merge it in, then we'll fix kind of like all these other issues. All right, so yes, this is the one in which I want to do. Oh, that is not what I wanted. So I'm adding node modules to the gitignore because it seems to be messing that up. So now I think theoretically it should be a much simpler thing. So this is called conductor. So my theory is that it's going to be a faster fork process now that we've ignored the node modules. But maybe not, because it still needs to like copy the node modules folder somewhere, right? Or it'll have to like completely reinstall. So I'm not sure if that's going to slow things down that much. Yeah, it still takes a little bit to fork. So the thing that we're doing with this is I just really wanted to validate Opus as a model, just to test it. And I wanted to do it with something that is theoretically a little more complicated, right? Like taking a shader toy, URL or whatever, or a shader toy thing itself, and then turning it into a ghosty compatible shader. That's the goal. So yeah. But okay, this is interesting. So it's like so I'm not seeing that commit that I just made. Interesting. Mango, so this is called conductor.build. Yeah, it's pretty nice interface. Like it's got, it's a little harder to show. Hold on. right? So it's got like your workspaces and where they are in a task, etc. So you could have like a bunch of things running at once, theoretically. But it also has like the terminal on the side and, like your changes and checks and things like that. Exactly. Well, the merging the output is the thing I'm trying. It's not necessarily the goal. It's just more like you may have like many things running. How are you like handling them? How do you know what part of the process they're in, etc. It's not bad so far. There's a bunch of other tools too. So if we go back, I have another list of ones that I want to try and check out. So Agentastic, this is another one that seems very similar, right? Maestro is another that seems very similar, right? And then Human Layer is yet another. But Human Layer doesn't give us a lot to go on. Like no screenshots, nothing. So we'll give Human Layer a try here at some point too. Who handles the merging? AI is actually really good at handling merging. Like so much so that like manually merging is maybe not something that you should be like focusing on in the future that much. For this specific project, no, because this is something entirely vibe coded. I still believe in like actually doing the work for things I care about, but for what we're building right now, it's kind of a one-off tool anyway, so it's not a big deal. Again, at the end of the day, the things that we're building and vibe coding this way are things with very clear boundaries, and I don't think applications have clear boundaries. So we're not building full-on apps. We're building utilities or libraries or microservices. No matter what, like we should all be more and more familiar with these things as time goes on. If you're not putting in any effort, I understand. Maybe you're just waiting for things to shake out. I completely respect that. But as far as like not doing anything about it, I don't know, man. I know a lot of Flash developers that can no longer be employed when Flash went away because they refused to learn the web. We have a Discord channel in which you can what's the channel? Project Feedback. Feel free to post your project over to Project Feedback. I don't tend to do like the live review thing. Mm-hmm. Wait, it's an IP rate limiter? Project feedback. That freaked me out for a second. Okay, so here's one thing we need to do. I don't know if I've created an account yet. Okay, so hold on. Theoretically, they have an API. But I'm not seeing it. Oh. It's still like I'm not seeing the email. I think Shader Toy's email delivery is broken. All right, well, we'll switch back to here for a second. Hmm. Maybe it somehow got sent to spam? Oh, it did. Hey, yeah, it is. How's it going, Mary Jo? It's been a long time. Let me do this here. Okay, so did that. Mm, uh, where do we see what the license for this one is? Okay. You remembered the Windows logo being the other direction? I feel like this has always been the way I remember it, but yeah, now I don't remember. Hold on. No? Okay. So that's the Windows 3.1. I'm trying to think if there's like one that you're thinking of. iReal. No, looks like same direction there. Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's like another one that you might be used to that like flew under the radar or only happened for like a year, right? That's what I'm trying to think of. Yeah, kind of seems like it's getting like it's been the same direction the whole time. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just like you confused it with the way they kick it? Because this feels like a window facing that direction, right? So my guess is this could have like had an impact on you in some way. Yeah. Like I could see how that could have gotten mixed up. This website is definitely not laid out very well. $1,500 requests per month is crazy too. Okay, and hold on. Commander TS, what did you paste? Shaders.paper.design? Yeah, those are the ones that Coppinger's using, right? Yeah, and they're cool. But it's just a little different. Not quite what I'm going for. So how do we get to bronze? Hmm. Wonky circle. What are you talking about? Wonky circle. What's your deal, dude? Yeah, so hold on. Let's just. Okay, so here's the thing. Yeah, I just don't get it. Like, some of it actually seemed relevant. Do they just mean that they're posting from IRC? And if they are using IRC, then maybe they're just juggling a bunch of channels. That's the only thing I can think of right now that would explain the behavior. Questionable to say the least. So yeah, this is a roadblock. I guess the problem is that there's like no way to know how this is gonna work. Like, so the problem is that we need an API key to actually test out this thing that we vibed up. But getting an API key is actually kind of a pain in the ass. So we can't even test this thing until we have an API key, because we're not going to be able to crawl it. Yeah, no worries, Mary Jo. Have a good one. We'll see you again soon. Thanks for hanging out. So, yeah, basically, we can't fetch these. Like, we could copy and paste the text. That'd be fine. But it, like, we wouldn't be able to do it with way more complex stuff that requires multiple things. I guess, let's just go browse. Like this one. Also, yeah, 2.5 frames per second is not ideal. So, yeah. But the fact that there's like so many buffers, how do we condense these things, right? How do we condense the channels? Like all that stuff. Right, like, I don't know, this one just has the one channel. So that one wouldn't be too hard. This one, right? So this one with like the channels and the buffers and all of this jazz, this would be a fun one to put into the terminal, right? But I just don't know if it's that possible. But yeah, this would be a badass shader to have in the background of your ghosty, wouldn't it? Wow, it runs really slow at like full screen. Okay, that's funny. So yeah, like I don't know. Just the idea is like I wanted to take a bunch of these that require like extra stuff. And I wanted to just be able to like automatically convert them to Ghosty. Right? Like this one with all these channels. That kind of thing. Again, this is by IQ, so we might not be able to do this one. Like, we ported this one. This one was fun. And this one only had the one image and the one channel, which I find interesting. But this one has more to it. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the fact that we just can't test this, that's a little annoying. Oh, I like this one, actually. Dude, this one's cool, actually. Damn, this one's really cool. And this one's just a single thing. We could port this. All right, so that does throw a wrinkle in my plan for what we kind of wanted to do with this. Um, all right, so then, yeah, let's go back to what we were doing over here. All right, so here we go. Okay, so yeah, let's go back and start cleaning some of this up. We got the ghosty shaders, and Vim biscuits will leave for now. We got a bunch of stuff in the monitor, AT Proto Sandbox, monitor, monitor, monitor. So we got too many of the monitor tabs open. All right, so then we'll fire up open code here, and let's see. We are in the monitor, and our issue with the monitor, we don't actually know yet. All right, we'll let that plan. So here we go. So one configurable. Let me get another album going. That was a good one. Yeah, dude. Hotel Pools. Good shit. Now we just got to make sure we keep finding their albums instead of the bullshit. What's up, Krasner? Been a little bit. How you doing? So yeah, real quick, Krasner, what models are you using these days? Are you just straight up Opus or Codex, or are you using any of the others too? All right, do it. Wonky, your messages seem weird, somewhat bot-like. Condonated? Okay, so if so, Wonky, what the hell did you mean when you said your previous messages? Right? You're actually posting text on Twitch as an old schooled admin right now. It's amazing. What did that mean? Oy. It's going well, Dr. Drap. I think we're recognizing that Wonky Circle is definitely a bot. If so, I don't need it. Like, we can just ban him anyway. Yeah, exactly. I sneezed my Ethernet cable out? What do you mean by that? So again, Wonky Circle, what did you mean when you said pretty much all the other bullshit you've said today? What did you mean by, are you genuinely requesting I post for your entire user base? What the fuck did that mean? Okay, I'm over it. Bye. No thanks. Not worth the energy. Yeah, I mean, if you click his picture, if that's a picture of him, he doesn't have the excuse of being an idiot kid. He's just an idiot. If we're being honest. Excuse me, can you repeat the country? What? Like, what the fuck did that mean? But anyway, hold on. Someone else sent something before we got distracted. So, Blue Bug. Why do you want to build with O3DE? I'm guessing that's Ogre 3D, right? Oh, it's Open 3D Engine. Different one. Never mind. So it's not Ogre 3D. Yeah, exactly. You say stunning, but what are some games that have been published with it? Yeah, I wouldn't pick any game framework that doesn't have a solid list of like actual published games. I wouldn't recommend it. Yeah, that's some Black Desert Online bullshit. That is not what we're looking for. Yeah, so I don't know, man. Enjoy it. Have fun. I question the architecture decision, but that's up to you. But it's the same reason I wouldn't build anything with Godot either. So, I don't know. It's a fork of Lumberyard. Pretty much everyone who makes a CryEngine game has to heavily modify it because CryEngine isn't made by the same studio anymore, as far as I know. Maybe it still is. Lumberyard is the one that Amazon made, right? So New World is like the only game made with Lumberyard. Yeah, so Warhorse Studios uses a heavily modified version of the engine. Right? Like, pretty much any major game that is CryEngine based isn't using CryEngine directly. Like, heavily, heavily modified. But that is cool, at least, that they open source Lumberyard. So that's cool. I could definitely see it being worth learning. I do like that it is fully open, too. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, good call. I hadn't actually heard about O3DE. I was definitely thinking of Ogre 3D, which is way older and not something that anyone should use anymore. Anyone remember Ogre? I'm trying to remember what games were made with it, if any. There we go. Yes, Kenshi. Right? I didn't realize Torchlight 1 and 2 were Ogre. So yeah, there were actually some games made with Ogre, which is interesting. But it's just a bit old school. And Unreal Engine is a resource hog, barely runs on Xbox S. Yeah, I mean, I just think there's a lot more support and resources out there for Unreal. But yeah, O3 to E makes sense. If your course or whatever is good, you may consider open sourcing that and sharing it with people. Unreal has the idea of blueprints, which is like a visual scripting language. So if you wanted to mod, right, if you wanted to mod Arc, right, like basically you're just modifying the blueprints that they give you because they don't give you the full source code. So yeah, blueprints are a nice way of like exposing functionality that you want people to be able to like modify, I guess, theoretically. But yeah, sounds cool, Bluebug. And yeah, how's everyone's Tuesday going? Pretty good? Mima Uwu, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Okay. So let's do this. So yeah, we have a localhost kind of like issue for our monitor. So we need it to try and run that server. Then let's look at this. And then let's double check this. So yeah, technically, is it vibing if I look at the code? No, but I do just want to see what's going on here. And Dr. Drap, hold on, what's your point? Yeah, Lumberyard is a fork of CryEngine, for sure. All right, so this turbo stream fix is fix vacuum usage. Hysteresis? I see, okay. Okay, so hold on. I like the exponential back off. I'm less sure about these things. Do it. Do it. Ooh, hold on. So I do need to do this real quick. Okay, so okay, there we go. So I forgot Right. I need to find people for testing this pull request review feature. Is there anyone out there that has GitKraken through their organization, and you would be like approved to use GitKraken stuff for like doing code review and some of those things? This is mainly just looking for people who are approved to use GitKraken at their org. That includes GitLens. Like if you have an account through GitLens. So yeah, if there's anyone out there using GitKraken or GitLens with an account, and you'd want to test this cool new like code review tool that we're working on, it'd be a whole lot cooler if you did. And if you find that interesting, I'm pretty sure you could opt in to be like an early tester of other features as we need people testing too. So it could be fun. All right, so let's see, what did they get going on over here? And let's do a diff real quick. All right, so yeah, we're fixing the turbo stream, and okay, so over the past hour, right, we've been seeing this consistently happening, what looks like, 57 every 5 minutes, which actually makes sense because that's when our check was happening. Every 5 minutes, we were hitting that. Now our CPU isn't spiking the same. So that's a win. So we'll push that up, let that get deployed. And that should also like improve even more. All right, so what's the actual plan here? All right, so 1,000 is fine. All right, so yeah, we're gonna craft a plan for this part. All right, do it. So then, yeah, what's this thing doing? uh, hold on. Wait, so they're saying slash dashboard? I'm mainly doing it for price. If you look at Conductor, we're using Opus and Conductor. We were using the free tier of Minimax 2.5, but OpenCode cut us off, and I think it actually just reset like 27 minutes ago. I'm actually curious. We've used 65 cents so far with just what we've been prompting with these two things, which I find interesting. But I get good results from Minimax typically. Like I haven't seen that much better results from Opus, you know? Oh, interesting, Mango. I think that's kind of cool. Have you shown that to like the Coppingers chat? Because they're a lot more vibe Cody over there. Like, are you aware of that channel? Like, I wouldn't necessarily say like go spam it in their chat. The Coppinger. Oh, he's another streamer. I think he's actually live right now. They're doing some hackathon. But I would say like over in their Discord channel or something might be worth doing, right? Maybe even join his he created some service that he's doing the hackathon thing for now. You know, submit your thing for the hackathon even. Why not? For everyone unaware and they want to check out his thing, it's over in the project feedback section of our Discord. I mean, I would say just go check. I forget what service. Like, I forget the name of the website even, you know? Like, I don't know. But yeah, the hackathon's open. There's no prizes for the hackathon. It's just for, like, clout. But it's, like, a fun thing to do, you know? If I can get what we're building, right, the turbo stream and the monitor, like, fully set up, that would be cool. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, push it to the clout. Okay, so wait, what's the fix? All right, so we'll let that thing just chunk along. All right. So then here, fix. Damn it, I was trying to think of some joke and I couldn't come up with it. Like how you messed up or like intentionally messed up the word cloud for clout. There's got to be some joke to be made in relation with like DHH moving off the clout and onto self-immolation. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm not sure. Instead of self-hosting, self-immolation. All right, so yeah, this fix is batch hold on. Clean up stale data in batches instead of all at once. Trying to quit nicotine? Yeah, I don't know. I've never had that issue. I do smoke the weed, though. And I've never felt the need to quit the weed. Like, there have been times where I went without just cuz, but I never felt the need to, like, full on quit. Now, whiskey, I do need to cut down. Not today, but one of these days. I think we're at a bong toke time. How do I turn on issues? Ah, here we go. Cool. Hold on. There's no way it tried to do this PR on someone else's thing, right? Dude, what the fuck, man? And that was Opus. That was fucking Opus, right? Like, dude, none of these things are actually smart. You tried Conductor for a day and immediately deleted it because the way it messes with the trees, it is doing something to the prompts that is super cursed. Yeah, I don't know about that. Like, I don't know, right? Let me just put it that way. I'm not saying like I doubt it. I'm saying I don't know. I do kind of dislike how it's doing the work tree stuff. It makes it a lot harder to like. Oh, you don't advise asking it to change branches or any of that stuff? Yeah, that sounds interesting. Yeah, no, just getting access to the changes. Like, oh, hey, let me just like try and run it locally. Oh, it's in the work tree. Oh. What if they're purposely putting out bad code sometimes to use up tokens and credits? There's actually no doubt in my mind that there's something to that effect. Just like when we called out the bad output of several providers, where they were just having like outliers that went way too fucking expensive too quick. Like, we've seen that happen. There are definitely providers out there that are not incentivized to fix an explosion of tokens. How we doing on credits here? All right, so we're still good on credits there. Right, so then as we go through this, right, input tokens, sure, right, spiking up to like 200, 300, sure, but we're doing like a very, very specific output. So like our output tokens should pretty much never be above 300. So yeah, this is looking okay so far. I just know we've looked at this in the past and seen that they were consuming like thousands of tokens. But we can't filter that properly. Like, we'd have to do an export, and then we could query it, and that could work. But yeah, no, this. Oh, oh. Okay, so yeah, no, we do still see the random, heavy increase, right? So if we look at it, yeah, so Let me just do this. Because Novita has been really responsive in the past. But yeah, Novita actually... Oh, and they have messaged me. Oh. Oh, when did they... Oh, they sent it on Friday. Oh, I missed the hackathon. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, that's a bummer. Dude, Twitter is really fucking bad about notifying me when someone messages. Like, I didn't get any of those notifications saying, like, someone had sent me a message, which is really fucking annoying. Yeah. So, hold on. This actually confirms something or eliminates another possible issue. I was thinking maybe reasoning was the issue, but no, it's just full-on native token completion. Right? So this is one of those things where I'm willing to bet that this output is massively padded with a bunch of like white space and like weird formatting bullshit, because it's just spitting out JSON. That's it. Like, I'm only giving it 347 tokens as my prompt. 373. Like, there's no reason the output should be spiking that high. Like, no reason whatsoever. all of these companies have this issue too. Every single one of them. So we saw it with this one, right? 1,300 instead of 300. It's easily 4 times the cost. No, it's like an entire order of magnitude higher cost. Tool results? Yeah, what tools? Keep in mind, like, Fievel, this is not something local that's running. This is Masijo. This is a very simple thing there, thing back with GPT OSS 120B. Like, there's no tool calls or anything set up in this. It's just a pure input-output. This is not the stuff I've been vibe coding with. This is something that is supposed to be very fucking predictable. If we look at it, all the others are right in line with, I don't know, 200 to 500 input tokens, because we don't know the length of someone's input, because it could be coming from Blue Sky, Hacker News, whatever. So our Hacker News input could be way fucking higher, but the output is just a JSON blob with like 3 props. It's incredibly fucking simple. There's no reason why it should ever get that high, unless reasoning goes crazy, but reasoning didn't go crazy. So there's definitely something like majorly wrong every once in a while. Now, when we had a couple other shitty providers in here, we saw that result a bunch. We saw it with Shoots, Novita, and one other provider. We turned all 3 of them off. Novita saw our post, got back to us, said they fixed it, put them back on, and hadn't seen a single outlier till now. But I'm not watching this like a hawk, you know? So we should almost like vibe code up something that looks for outliers. Hell, we could even wire that up. Oh, we could wire that up at the Masijo level, right? We send it as like a Sentry response. We could definitely start storing that in Sentry. That is the move. Pasting a response in a token counter. Yeah, no, we've actually seen what the weirdness is. We saw it live at one point. Now, we don't know it for that. That's what I'm talking about. We need to set up a Sentry so we can get the exact output. Here we go. Boom. So at least it's not that bad, right? We spiked up to 1,300, but Novita was like the worst offender at like 30,000. And what it ended up looking like was stuff like this. Right? So yeah, here, GMI Cloud was the worst offender with this. And that's what I'm saying, right? Like, it's giving us a JSON output, but it's padding that JSON output with white space shit that doesn't actually change the JSON schema after parsing, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, some of the AI providers are doing shit like this. And when we look at what we were seeing here, yeah, dude, like, some of them were padding many, many, many thousands of tokens. And that's like multiplying our cost by like 1,000. Because output tokens are massively more expensive than input tokens, right? So this is something where if you are using LLMs in some capacity, especially Open Router, and you expect like a very like finite payload, you can see these outliers real fucking easy. And that's what I think we're going to have to do. Like, this one stopped because it hit, like, a maximum length at 32,000 fucking tokens. Like, what the fuck, dude? Now, we might be able to filter based upon this length stoppage instead of stoppage. So that might be a way that we could figure this out. But when we say, like, oh, are companies doing something crazy? Yeah, companies are doing something crazy. Whether they're doing it on purpose or not, I don't know. Yeah, we see another on March 2nd at 14K. So hold on. I don't want.
Give him an enema.
I don't think there's anything really to dox with this, but I'll at least just share it again. Okay. So yeah, I just don't know. There's just something so strange to me about that. Hacking the Gibson is a reference to the 1990, I want to say 96 film, Hackers. '95. If you knew it was 95, how did you not understand the Hacking the Gibson reference? Something doesn't add up. You didn't remember the Gibson, the big mainframe that is the most pivotal thing in Act 3? Like the entire thing Act 3 is based on? Huh. Huh. Okay. Yeah, dude. This is easily 100 times the cost of what it should have been. Sorry. Edit. Yeah, exactly, Krasner. Like, I'm trying to think about how I want to, like, I want to share this with work in some way. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to think about that. It's not that important right now. We can just keep working. Did we commit and push this? We did. All right. So let's at least double check. What's our usage like? Okay, so this is looking way better. So yeah, over the past hour, we have seen that memory does climb back up to where it was. We haven't seen any major spikes in disk usage, which is great. We do see like the occasional spike in CPU, but it's not nearly as like consistently bad as it was, which is great. So yeah, cool. That was something I was stressing about. Now here's something I do just want to double check. Right, we know that like our storage is taking up, right, like our data store here is taking up the majority of like our storage in general. There could be some other stuff on, we don't have git ls. So yeah, ls-la, and we can see, holy shit, that the write ahead log actually gets bigger than the DB itself. I do not know anything about that CPU. There is this magical thing called the internet. I bet it has some info that you could find that could answer your questions. Yeah, fuck off, buddy. Thanks for nothing, like I owe you something. Fuck off. Dude, fucking some people are hopeless. Like, dude. Yeah, thanks for nothing. Thanks for not answering something very specific about a CPU that I have in mind. You're on the internet. Shouldn't you know all of the internet? Yeah, exactly, dude. We got idiots everywhere in this world. It's insane. Some people, I'm surprised that they can, like, walk and talk at the same time. That actually blows my mind. I bet that dude's really accident prone because of that. He's just barely capable of walking and talking at the same time. Surprised some people can breathe without help. Okay, now breathe out. Oh, shit, breathe in again. You know, like, this is exhausting. Yeah, that was really funny. That was actually pretty good. We should soften our edges a little bit, though. Here's my question. Do you think he's just like, well, I didn't get an answer in that chat, I'll go to another, right? Is he just doing like the least efficient Google search ever? Is that what he's doing? I think that's what he's doing. Right? He's just in some other chat now doing the least efficient Google search known to man. Sorry, this thing is massively clogged. I was trying to figure out why it wasn't clearing well. Now we know. God, that thanks for nothing was really good, though. Thanks for nothing. If you were a betting person, you would guess either Elclunk or Coppinger. Yeah, that's probably a good act. You know, that's a good guess. Sorry, let me get more music on. Their albums are short. That's the only problem I have with Hotel Pools right now. Their albums are quite short. Because the songs are all like a minute and a half long. Sorry, just airflow has been so shitty out of this thing. And I finally figured it out. God, I remember being a broke snowboard bum and saving this shit. Y'all ever save your resin from scraping your bong and then do knife hits? Good old resin knifers off the stove. Coincidentally, usually happened like the day before payday. You do not miss it? I mean, there was something kind of carefree about it, but yeah, I agree. It was definitely a simpler time. It was the best of times, it was the blurst of times. Is that the right quote? Here's the funniest part. Hold on, Krasner. Back when I was a snowboard bum, there were some people who were even more snowboard bummy. I don't even remember their name, but at one point they tried to sell us some chronic resin. Hey, y'all want to buy some chronic resin? So it can always be worse, you know? No, we didn't buy it. No, we had our own resin. I just said that thing and like, damn, dude, this is some like really high quality resin. Right? Not too gooey, but not too dry. This is the definition of chronic resin. Oh, look at that chunk. Sorry, everyone. This is important. We'll get back to the coding here soon. Don't worry. All right. So, yeah. 23-year-old me is going to cry that I'm going to throw this in the trash. Ah. But it's okay. 23-year-old me can't hurt me. Ooh. Okay. Woo! All right, so we'll do this just to soften the edges a bit. Right, Four Wheel? All right, so I do need to grab one more soda. And I'm still not sure I like the WAL fix that they're trying to do right here. But one second, I need to fix this. Okay, soda. Okay. So, so I guess let's do this. What is the SQLite write-ahead log? Like, I don't know. Aha, so the write-ahead log is what gets written to. And then that gets flushed to the DB file, right? Okay. Okay, so hold on. Let's do it again. Wait, how are those the exact same sizes as they were? Like, how are they not growing at all? And what is the SHM? Oh, interesting. Hmm. Yes, the wall is like temporary. I guess the main issue is that we never see it decreasing. So we are definitely doing some vacuum stuff. Okay, so I have a bunch of stuff open. Let's close it up. And let me drag this out so you can see some of it. All right, so yeah, here in... Oh, that's the monitor. That's the wrong one. I think this is also the monitor. Yeah. Wait, what? Yeah, okay. Where did my other one go? I had a VS Code for like the whole project. Oh, that's this one. Yeah, okay, okay. That's this one. Got it. All right, so... I already see stuff that we're gonna need to fix, but whatever. Hmm. That looks okay. Yeah, so we're in the client now. I want to find where we're doing any of the vacuum. Oh, boom. I guess I could show the surgeon, right? So yeah, sure, we got a task in there in the beads file somewhere. We see some settings, the amount to be vacuumed, and a lot of this stuff is like brand new. I'm not 100% certain I would have chosen to write it this way. But yeah, so this is the place where the vacuum happens. We don't see how much it's vacuuming by. All right, well, we did just deploy the vacuuming, right? So hold on. Let's just double check. We do see it getting modified. Here's my theory. SQLite files will grow to the size they were, but the file size stays the same even if you're like removing stuff. I kind of am, well, I'm expecting the data to change in some way too. Sir Elfman, yeah, you probably want to look into it. I think it's most useful if you're doing a lot of concurrent writes. Like if you're really like a write-heavy application. I don't know if it's the way for read-heavy. I don't know. I haven't looked into it enough. Transactional and atomicity. Oh, okay. Yeah, I probably misunderstood it. I just do feel like I do expect these sizes to kind of change over time, and the fact that they don't leads me to believe that they've like claimed that file size and they just don't give it up ever. Even if it's empty space. That'd be weird though, right? So literally gambling, this is something that's running nonstop, right? Like this is just like a WebSocket that's listening to the existing like Jetstream. So it's constantly reading and writing to and from like the storage. I don't have a way of triggering that. It's doing that just based on what it's doing. Yeah, I don't know. I do wonder if there's just some like amount like, we're going to grow to this size. Deal with it. Maybe when you turn the application off, we'll downsize. My DB is not doing transactions as far as I know. I think they'd be too slow. And it's not worth the data integrity. Yeah. That's a good point. Like, do I even need the wall? I was under the impression it was necessary for the fact that I have multiple concurrent writers. Right? Because of, like, the threading. But maybe that's not the case. Let's double check. I don't know. Are we doing transactions? Okay, so theoretically, there's a bead that thinks it still uses a transaction somewhere. But where would that actually be? It'd be in storage, right? Oh, this is one hell of a giant object. Bet we could split that up into modules. Read performance dips. Yeah, exactly. I do wonder, yeah, do we need transactions for what we're doing? Where are we even doing this? All right, client, xadd. Dude, yeah, their stuff is super chill. I just wish their songs were longer. Hotel pools. Good shit. Yeah, I mean, I just want to verify. That's all. Because, yeah, like, all this is ephemeral data. Like, we don't actually care about transactions. Like, yeah. I just want to see where they're being used just to double check that. But I don't know. It's not going to be the Redis. It's got to be the SQLite. I don't know why I clicked into that. I think that was a misclick. So, yeah. We're seeing those types brought in. Right, so this is just creating like the SQL store. Yeah, got it. This is actually methods. So initiating the schema, it's like SQLX query. Sure. You know, you wouldn't put something like that in a transaction. Now, I'm wondering, we still just see query, a lot of like bound data. Sure. Yeah, I'm almost positive for my use case just because I have a lot of reads and a lot of writes. I do want it. But it's one of those things we could like benchmark, right? Honestly, that's the right way to try it anyway. I want to understand a little bit of the code base. That's all. So let's do this. Squealix, right? That's what Prime would say. Let's go look at the docs. Yeah, I have always been under the impression we need a wall in this case. It's like the I guess it's not the same thing. Yeah, no, it's a different thing. I was thinking about the long tailing that you can do on Mongo, which powered like all of the asynchronicity of Meteor back in the day. To where like, you know, everyone could just like subscribe to the data using the WebSockets. It's all like fully interactive and all that shit. Yeah, it was kind of cool. But yeah, totally different thing. Just, I don't know, my brain started thinking about it. I had to make sure it is not related. But yeah, I'm almost positive I need the wall, but I at least just want to double check. So yeah, where are we? How do you actually create a transaction with Squealix? See, I'm surprised it didn't do the query with. I think this would have been a cleaner thing than all the binds they're doing. Yeah, so I'm not sure where I see even how to start. Oh, hold on. Here we go. Transaction. It's an alias for transaction. Why didn't I see transaction here? Oh, that's a trait. Oops. Here we go. I think I see. Okay. So yeah, it would be basically like the execute syntax. Or I could look for the pattern TX, right? Oh, that's monitor stuff. Yeah. Oh, and I can show this to you guys. So here we go. What we're doing is we're just seeing if there is the pattern of like TX for a SQLite transaction. I think we see some here. Yep. And that's basically it. We could double check for like .execute, just to be sure. Oop. Oh my god. Ah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I don't think pool. Okay, so pool is not necessarily the issue because it's a different thing. Interesting. Right, so it's really just here. Everything else, they're just executing the pool. I'm curious why the pool is referenced like that. Oh, I guess because it's like... Why is this one separate? Oh, because it's passed in as an argument. Got it. Okay. Cool. Let me get more music going. I like this. Yeah. I forget who recommended it earlier today, but yeah, hotel pools. A lot of good shit. I think last time I looked at them, they just didn't have full albums. And I think now we're running into that part of their discography. Yeah, digital track. Two songs, whatever. And literally gambling. No, we found what it was. It's like .execute, but you have to do it on the thing. Like it's just a pattern. Only could have found it by looking at the docs, really. So yeah, this is the only place that we're doing a transaction here. Yeah, so we do have transactions that we're writing. So I think that answers why we need the write-ahead log. I just don't think it should be getting as big as it is. I don't think there's any reason the write-ahead log should ever be that big. It's a little strong. So, yeah. Oh. It's massively bigger by this point. I still think part of the issue is that, like, it may have, like... I still just have this hunch about how they're keeping the size of the file, even though the file is technically, like, more empty. And I think there's probably some, like, it should be vacuum, I would think. But, yeah, I don't know. There it is. Once all transactions are finished and a checkpoint occurs, because of the nature of what we're doing, we're never going to have all transactions finished. It's impossible. So this almost means that we shouldn't be using the write-ahead log then. Right? Yeah. So the most common reason for a runaway wall. Okay. Checkpoint starvation. There's a term for it. Ooh, that's fun. Yeah, exactly, because it has to do this like synchronous thing. Yeah, I get it. It seems like it could do like a rolling wall. Right, when you hit a new size. Or like in chunks. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Oh, and that was a short album. Okay. Um 3 songs. These fucking guys. A pause in consumption? In this economy? Like, I don't know. I like adding in this economy to like things where it doesn't actually apply. I think that's even more fun than like using it really appropriately. How to diagnose it? I know it's happening. I'm good. They're talking about like 64 megs and stuff. We're talking 15 gigs. This is just for the turbo stream. So this is not Masijo. This is just some random thing. Now, we do have like maxed out CPU usage on Masijo. That's something I'd like to dig into at some point. I'm gonna have to double check that, figure out why. Yeah, I was gonna set it at like a couple gigs. I guess here's the thing. Okay. So, yeah, according to itself, it's fine. We haven't looked at Sentry for a while. I bet that's... Yeah, that's what I'm planning to do. Sorry, multi-factor off time.
What does it do? What's it for?
Well, nothing.
Ooh. Yes, this is some stuff we got in prod that we should definitely figure out for Masijo before we do any big production BS. But okay, but we still need to get this working. So yeah, we got just too much to do. Yeah, so here's actually the biggest thing. Like, I can just delete it and restart. It's basically just a cache. That's why we don't care about the data that much. That's why I'm actually even wondering if we need to do a transaction, you know? I don't think we need the transactions, but I do still think maybe we need the write-ahead log because of concurrent writes. So yeah, like, we can delete that, no problem. But I guess we don't have our max journal size anywhere, right? I'm not entirely sure where this is going to be, but hold on. Let's double check. What are they doing? So the root cause, wall mode enabled, no wall auto checkpoint. Okay, so it did diagnose the same stuff at least. Okay. So option A, lower wall auto checkpoint. All right, so then for the plan here. Okay, so I think that works. Damn it. Yeah, these albums are just too short. We're gonna have to just put on something longer. There we go. Yeah, what was that, Robert Tables? Well, it's got to be a bot, right? Oh, I see. Nah, it's just some scammer, I bet. Interesting. And what's the mechanism? Is it endorsing a meme coin? I know we've seen people do that one before. It just oh okay. Yeah, I was curious what the mechanism was. Wait, what? Yeah, they did one already. I forgot to do a DMCA takedown. But yeah, definitely a little sus. Oh, interesting. So yeah, grouping the rights. That's actually not a bad idea. Right? Because we go back to the part where we're executing the transaction here. This is happening in like a bunch of chunks. Hmm. Okay. So we're already doing what we can there. I think that's why the transaction does it the way it does. So, okay. I don't know. Something still seems a little off to me. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, it's cool. And it's good because we massively like improved the Linux performance and like support. I think especially like Linux ARM machines. All right, so all right, just thinking out loud. I think we are grouping our rights. I don't think there's much we can do there. But yeah, journal size limit, I think, is the thing. Uh, shit, where is this thing? Right, make it 5. Why not? I'm actually curious what this change actually is. I don't know where this is even happening. Again, vibe coded. We could search for it and we could find it, I'm sure. Oh, you just do it as like a query. Okay, that makes sense. I see it. Okay. Yeah, easy enough. So yeah, I think at 5 gigs, that sets us up nice and pretty. It might take a little bit for us to actually see something, because I plan on like clearing out what we got in there anyway. We'll see if it maybe cleans up. Right now, yeah, it doesn't decrease. But our SHM does. So yeah, we could just delete that whole thing right now. I do want to see if, like, the stuff that we're doing actually does anything. Let's just double check. Yeah, that's it. Very simple. All right, so we'll get that up there. And then, yeah, we're back to this stuff. I think this thing's just totally wrong still. I do really like this. Hold on. I'll just move it over. Oh, yeah, this thing's dope. Yeah, we could actually port this one at some point, too. I think this would be a fun one in your terminal. Like, this one's good, too. I think this one would be nice. There we go. Here we go. Yeah, all right. Do it. Do it. Do it. Damn, that movie. All right, so yeah, I think we're almost there with the localhost thing. With the monitor. No, I specifically use something where I wouldn't be like, oh, I know exactly what libraries, and like I've done this 1,000 times before. That's why like Rust is a great use case for some of these things. Also, I think the performance and some of that, you know? And what's up, Futuriste? How you doing? How you doing over on the YouTube? All right, so while it's fixing that, all right, so our deploy should be going fine there. We could double check the GitHub action. And man, we got a lot of junk in there we could clean up. We should probably do that here in a second. I don't think we need that. There we go. Yeah, that's a good one. Get rid of it for now, though. We will need that. We will need that. We don't need that. That. We should set up skills at some point. We'll keep the main thing around at least. We already have that. Already have that. Yep, we ranted about that. Close that. I think that part's fine now. Now some Grafana. I don't know if we need the Cloudflare dashboard anymore. And then, yeah, cool. So that cleaned up a bunch. So, let's look at where this latest action is. Still deploying. Oh, just running benchmarks. The benchmarks actually seem like they're failing? Oh, interesting. Whatever we have merged in there, we've failed. We have a regression. Yeah, we want to start doing all of these things as PRs at this point. That's right. We'll just set a new baseline. Yeah, we've had like a performance regression. That's a bummer. Oof. Ooh, some of these got way slower. Oh, here's the thing. We're running this locally, and oh yeah, I bet our benchmarks are from like a local run instead of a cloud run. Yeah. So benchmarks are really only meant to be run on this machine, right? What is the right way to do this? Hold on. We run the benchmarks. What are we comparing them against? We need to look at that. There it is. Yeah, no, so what we need to do is we need to run the baseline in the same environment. We shouldn't be running these benchmarks locally and then like verifying in the cloud. All right, so that's like a separate thing. That's a separate issue. All right, cargo runtime. A we still got bugs galore. What's the use case for that there, Mini Scruff? Okay, so yeah, no, this seems pretty good so far. Boom, okay, so that 5 gigs actually worked. Yeah, we just didn't have like a limit set on the write-ahead log. So yeah, perfect. Perfect. Yeah, that's awesome. All right, and CPU isn't spiking too crazy. Disk is down back to like around 50%. So we got some headroom. RAM has taken a dump, which is good. Right, just compared to like some of the shit that just happened this morning, you know? Like, damn. So, yes, whatever we've done, we've prevented the thrashing that was happening, like, here. We prevented it getting to this, like, weird point. It's so strange to me that we get to there, but I think what happens is we had some limit set at, like, 12 gigs or something, and then that started then, like, doing that, like, thrashing a little bit by even just, like, triggering it, and then somehow it got into this, like, not all the way maxing the CPU. Like, dude, this is even only at, like, 60%, but, like, this constant churn here is a really, really bad sign. You know? For what this thing should actually be doing, you know? So, yeah, now we're getting, like, yeah, barely any spikes. Where we see it, like, really drop is pretty nice. That's where we implemented our first fix this morning. Right? The amount of disk was, like, just constantly fluctuating. So the problem it was having was it was, like, clearing a chunk, but then writing more that was probably bigger than the chunk it cleared, and it just kept thrashing on that. That's my current guess. All right, cool. So that is at least a little nicer, and we now have Turbo Monitor at least like somewhat working let's just commit what we got there. Oop. Okay, so then this is so yeah, no cache headers. Nice. Do it. We'll get that pushed up while that's churning on some other BS. I think one thing people overlook about Git in the modern world is the ability to push while actively making changes to the same repo. Right? Like, because you did the Git, that's the working tree, and you can push that while you're already making new changes. Like, it opens up a bit of, like, concurrency to the process. But I guess a lot of people are just, like, auto-pushing anyway, right? Yeah, like, I do think that just frees you up for some concurrency of, like, is this thing ready to push? Like, I'll decide when to push it, but hold on. I just had a thought, do this, but that's got to be a totally different, like, branch anyway. Just like, yeah, let me just push this and then make your changes. I'll switch it over to a new branch and then push that up and boom. Like, right? So you can, like, it's almost this, like, concurrency that you can achieve while your agent's, like, off to the races. Like, any agent downtime is, like, lost value, right? But honestly, if you just have these things churning in work trees or even just separate folders, like it doesn't even have to be a work tree. It could just be another folder, you know, like whatever. I think that could work too. Oh, okay. So hold on. We got this thing churning. Uh, yep. Okay. So we did that. Sure. Yeah. Can I do it from memory? Fuck no. Hell no. I would most likely use Gitkraken for that. Or GitLens. Like, do I have the commands memorized to make that actually a thing? No. No way in hell. No, it's not worth my time. But the amount of times that I've had to do that, I don't care. Usually you can just do the squash and merge at the GitHub level, and then who cares? I'm not a big fan of squashing because I don't try to make garbage commits. Like, you may see a bunch of them, but that's actually like it's a bit of context into like the way I solved the problem, you know? I think there's value to that. I don't know, Rory. Like, we're trying new stuff all the time. If you just watch stream, you know, you'll see. But yeah, so this is for the monitor. Add sensible cache headers. I do find it funny though, right? Like, yes, I work for Gitkraken, but never in a million years would I need any Gitkraken tool to do a git push for me. That's actually the fun part. I don't know. There's something like poetic about typing that command that you've typed a million times that you don't even have to like look at your hands, and it just feels this like, I don't know. Like, it's like playing a riff on a guitar, you know? No, I'm not tired of playing, I don't know, Don't Fear the Reaper or something, right? Like, I don't know, Stairway to Heaven, whatever. No Stairway. But do I want to look up whatever fucking voodoo I have to do to, like, do a squash and, like, I don't know, merge, do some three-way merge craziness? Like, I don't know, man. I'm good on that. That's what tools are for, you know? All right, anyway, so let's keep going. So we got the caching pushed. I still think we got something going wrong here. Let's double check that the deploy worked. Oh. What the fuck? Tar, cowardly refusing to create an empty archive. Never seen that before, but that's fucking awesome. It's awesome. Has anyone seen that error before? That's beautiful. We're posting that, right? Hold on. Let's think about how we want to phrase this. Oh man, we even nailed it with the highlight. Oh fuck yeah, dude. No wait, how do I do? Uh, Maybe I have to like customize for each network. Here we go. Okay, cool. So that worked. Should we save it for the morning? Let's save it for the morning. There we go. And yeah, I need to switch to Kevin Naughton's new thing. It was just habit. Like, I don't know. I just haven't like switched accounts and done any of the other stuff yet. But okay, cool. All right, so let's see what it says about this. We're gonna do this over in this one. to a light one because I made the other one a little strong and had to like water it down more as it went. But okay, so our big plan now, we can close out this context. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna close that. Let's double check our status. Yep. So here at the top level, what we want to do is in the deploy for the monitor, the GitHub action, we get an error from trying to copy the front end's dist folder. Easy peasy. Right, so I don't know if I'm thinking about just some of these moments. Right, like we're vibe coding this thing, sure. We still got to go in and like debug the shit. It's not like it's perfect first try. You do just go in and like copy and paste a bunch of shit around. You offer it hints, you know? It's not like 100% vibed. Like, we still had to bring back the fact that, hey man, you're causing thrashing. When realistically, like, could it have known that when it was writing the code in the first place? Maybe. But you still got to go back to it, right? So then, the engineering part becomes what could be causing that, right? Remember what you did, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, I think eventually LLMs will have the capability for that much context and that much shit they can like think about. But dude, we're not there. We're gonna need massive, massive, massive advancements in like how just RAM works, you know, before we could ever get to like that amount of data being readily accessible, or some other crazy like new way of like access patterns for that much like data. I do think vector databases are probably like trying to solve that problem, right? Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, not sure how to describe it. But yeah, okay. So it seems better now. Yeah, it's inflated just like with how many like how much money is behind it, right? Like there are people paid to incentivize this shit. Or paid to sorry, not there are people incentivized to do this shit, right? They're paid for it. To just like sensationalize this stuff. And then other people kind of get that FOMO, right? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not just that. To say just that would be to deny like what it's really capable of, right? Like the fact that it generated all this shit. I mean, it's definitely not perfect, but man, it would have taken me way longer to build out this turbo monitor, right? To build out the turbo stream and the monitor. Yeah, for sure. That's for sure. I think that's a big point for sure. Yep. I agree with that as well. Right, like it's funny that the Anthropic job postings have this job may not exist in a year, but we hope you'll enjoy working here or something. Like it's like what does it say? Come on, hold on, let's look again. I know I saw that. Maybe I dreamt it. I could be wrong. Let's double check that. I swear they have that in their like job descriptions. I might have hallucinated it. Nah. Damn it. Maybe I'm thinking of some other company. I don't know. I swear I saw something like that. I could have sworn. I could have sworn. Yeah, I don't know. But damn, dude. This would be a cool gig. I'd have to like really brush up on all that. I fucking hate context. I'd rather use a third-party store. Yeah, honestly, this might be a decent fit. And that's like life-changing money. Did you guys see it? Did I miss it? Did. It's like life-changing money. Yeah, exactly. They're right there in Seattle too. No income tax. Honestly, I'd want to move to Seattle. I'm curious where their office is. Oh, interesting. It's almost over by like banking shit. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. Anthrotech. No, I want Anthropic. that was totally not it. No, for me, that would be life changing. I live pretty damn frugally. Like, life changing meaning I could buy a house next year. Instead of like, yeah, it's like my 5-year plan. I don't know. To me, like, that's like life changing. That's easily like doubling your salary. Doubling your salary is somewhat life changing, in my opinion. You know? Right? Like the amount of investment you can do on that kind of salary. Holy shit, dude. When you live frugally, oh my god, like life changing. Exactly. But what I'm saying is like the speed at which your bubble would grow with all that expendable income. Right? You don't just let it sit in a bank. That'd be insane. Right? Versus just like just being able to maintain a buffer, you know? Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. With that much disposable income, it just accelerates the amount that you can like grow to like an early retirement kind of thing. Show it to me on a map, motherfucker. Like, okay, here we go. 400 Broad Street. Should have just said address, just to double check. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's crazy. I kind of figured that would have actually been known. But yeah, so like Lower Queen Anne downtown. Huh. Okay. Curious. Yeah, exactly, four wheel. Yep. But here's the thing, like, just think like at that point, you might never have to cook again. Right? You could hire like a live-in, like a chef, not a live-in chef, but you could hire a chef. That just gives you more time to like do other things, right? Like, so like, I don't know. There's just so much like value you can get from like just that like moderate amount. I'm not sure how much is a personal chef, right? Like 50 to 500 for a single event. For ongoing weekly meal prep, services range from $2,500 to $10K per month. I think that's based on like the number of people and stuff. I think it's actually much more reasonable at like a lower rate. There's definitely like some subreddits where I've seen this talked about and people are like, yeah, I'm a chef here in the US. I go, like I got 3 clients or like, I got a client kind of thing. They do like the breakfast, lunch, dinner. Maybe they split it up for just like, they just do someone's breakfast and do someone's lunch. And then they got their midday and their night after, right? Like, I don't know. Like I've seen at least like a bunch of stories on Reddit. Who knows if it's bullshit though, which is the hard part. But they do talk about that. And I swear they were talking about it's like $1,000 a month. Or like, maybe like per meal or something. I think that would make sense. But I think that was also for like families and stuff. I think for a single person, it never makes sense. Yeah, like meal prep style. I think meal prep style, right? This is what they're talking about for like ongoing weekly meal prep. Services range from $2,500 to $10K, depending on the amount of people. I would say for $2,500 for a single person, that kind of makes sense. It'd be like $500 like once a week ish, But that probably includes like every meal. See, I don't mind. I like cooking some stuff, but I just think, I don't know. It'd be interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, here's the biggest thing, right? Just think about like 2,500. Dude, that's like $100 a day. It's probably closer to what, like $80 a day? You can just order out for $80 a day. Like good food. Like really solid good food. From like the best restaurants, For like per person. Like for me, I could get by on like $40 a day. Because I just do like the big one meal. But if you're like a breakfast, lunch, dinner, 80 is reasonable, I would say. If you're like for delivery, like DoorDash or some bullshit. No, yeah, I don't know if like the food costs are part of that. Yeah, exactly, right? We don't know if they're talking about that part or not. I think this is like the estimation. Okay, often billed separately. So yeah, it depends. 25 to 30 a day? Yep, that makes sense. Yeah, I don't mind cooking that much. But there are some people who like run a family and like, a family of 4 and you're busy and you both work and like you got to pick them up from the soccer practice and all that shit. Like, yeah, chef actually makes a shitload of sense at that point. So I won't judge someone for like doing that. And yeah, if they were doubling their salary, bare minimum, or tripling their salary, that frees up like actual time in which they can like do things and be present instead of thinking about like another thing to juggle. That is like kind of like life-changing in my opinion. That's the way I think about it, at least. Very few people have an opportunity to like double their salary, let alone triple. Like in the world in general. It's just not something possible, Like in general, just like raw, just like averages kind of shit. So that's what I'm saying. Like I would say doubling or tripling a salary is life-changing. Just based on like the things that you would start doing that you can start doing. But yes, there is like the lifestyle creep, which I think you need to like worry about, right? Tripling 0 is still 0. No, but it's like 3 zeros next to each other. Right? This is JavaScript. Yeah, it's just crazy. This is like fully like life-changing money, in my opinion. Something to just think about. But that's just like one thing, dude. They got so much shit. Like, dude, you could work on the API? Ooh, that would be a cool role. Interesting, this is like a narrower band. But like a higher floor. Yeah, this is all Anthropic, dude. Anthropic pays like crazy amount. Right? Like remote friendly, but travel required. Oh, yeah, where are all those roles? How do we find that? Here we go. So they do have some. Just saying. Curious, like, how often travel would be required? That would be interesting. But yeah, they got all sorts of roles. Oh, I bet. No, that makes sense for you, Will. We moved around as a family because my parents were contractors, but it's basically the same idea. Do they pay for the travel? I think legally they have to. I think legally they have to. I'm almost positive. Here in the US, specifically, right? Might even be state to state. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting stuff. Pretty sure for DevRel at least, I'd have to move there. All right. I just didn't see it. Maybe I missed it. Yeah, I mean, just saying, life changing. But for DevRel, I feel like there could be some kind of, hybrid thing allowed. I don't know. Who knows? Not sure. I think almost all their stuff, yes, is on site. I'm not necessarily looking, but I am looking. You know. Just nice to, like, just check. Just to see. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know, man. There's certain things where, yeah, I could do it. Anyway, yeah, just randomly looking. Dude, the software engineer one actually seems like really, really good. And, you know, if I had to be in the office all day, fuck it. I think we could do that for a bit. All right, do the Adam 13531 thing. I would still stream, like, right when I got home, though. You know, we'd just change up our hours again. Wouldn't be the first time. I wouldn't mind the office. I do like being remote, and I would love to prefer being remote. But yeah, like, I don't know. I would, dude, a hybrid thing would be totally doable. Especially if it could be like 2 days in office. But I do like being remote too. Like, I really do enjoy it. Like, I don't know, it's tough. It's tough. Anyway, let's get back to some coding shit. So, yeah. Do it. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, if I could just, like, walk there, like, I'd want to move somewhere in Seattle. There's a couple places I'm really looking. I want to be kind of within walking distance of Pike Place. Like, the idea of being like, you know what? I want fish tonight. And going and just grabbing some fish and throwing it in the fridge. You know what? I want crab or lobster. And just getting, like, the freshest fucking crab or lobster you've ever had. Just, like, 10 minutes away. That's, like, the radius I'm looking at, Seattle-wise. I'll bring a little cooler, you know? Do a quick, just, like, get, like, 10-minute walk worth of exercise. Go grab some fucking, like, fish or something. Come back. Like, oh, man. Yeah, that'd be nice. That said, like, the grocery store situation is fucking dismal in, like, that entire area. So anything else is, like, a hassle. Like Costco. Dude, nearest Costco's a nightmare. Might need a good raincoat. I got a good raincoat. I got a great raincoat for snowboarding in the rain. Yeah, like, I would still, like, have to have my car. But yeah, like, the amount of times I would need to use it would be way lower. Right? Just like all the events in Seattle I could get to, just nice and easy. Not even have to drive to. God, yeah, there's, like, a lot of reasons. Just walking distance to, like, 2 of my 3 favorite venues would be good. Theoretically, walking distance to the 3rd if I'm, like, ready for a trek. Yeah, I drive like to the grocery store probably once every week and a half. Like to Costco once every week and a half. Grocery store is walking distance, which is just, I love that convenience. GopherCon's in Seattle? Yeah, when is that? I think I applied, but I don't think I got accepted. Or they didn't have their CFP live yet. I don't remember. August. Yeah, that's right. Okay, it ended on the 19th. Oh, it opened on the 19th, so it just started. That's right. So they didn't have it going yet. So yeah, we could propose a talk. I need to do that, actually. Damn. I only got like another day. I need to jump back on the proposal train. Oh, Seattle's just terrible. Yeah, for sure. As far as like transit goes, it's really bad still. If they can expand the light rail enough, I think they'll get enough people using it that they might keep it going later and later. But yeah, like 24, I guess, like New York does 24-hour? Or do they stop eventually? Well, I mean, you can do 24-hour with maintenance time by just shuffling trucks and cars and all that stuff, for sure. So the New York subway runs 24/7. They're just less frequent. Oh, wait, hold on. Here's someone 6 years ago saying otherwise. I don't know what this person's saying. Okay, yeah, so they're saying it is. Yeah, I'm sure it's just like about the routes and some of that bullshit. Okay. But yeah, so GopherCon. I need to remember that one. Dragging that one over. Okay, so back to what we are doing. Theoretically, they fixed it. Buses are not 24/7. Yeah, that's a good call. Oh, go to GopherCon as Bill Murray's character from Caddyshack. There you go. Big hitter dilemma. All right, hold on. Let me grab another soda, because what we need to do is this deploy. We want to verify that. He says, on your deathbed, you will achieve total consciousness. So I got that going for me, which is nice. BRB, one sec. Okay. So, our deploy still fails. We're going to go separate. Why does it keep thinking something is happening with download artifact? Right? This thing's just totally fucking wrong. Like, how dare they? I should stop swearing so much, right? Dude. Alright, Clanker. Yep. For some reason, it's just really bad and it never recognizes that it needs to do the strip components thing. Yeah, even though we have this pattern, it still just refuses to understand it. So what we want to do is strip 1. Hold on. No, I think we want to get rid of that. Right, so use strip components to... I think that's only part of it. But we can at least see it kick off. Yeah, people are saying, not people are saying, I saw a clip of the stand-up, right? And Tej was pointing out how, like, the Mac Mini is only used because people want iMessage. Wait, what? Like, that was the only reason? Because, yes, I understood they weren't running models locally. I knew that for a fact. And then the other thing was, well, yeah, when it's running a browser, it looks more like a real device instead of something like spoofed. When you're using Safari, like, it looks more like a real person because reasons. Yeah, that part's crazy to me. Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, no, the Mac Mini is fantastic. Like, I love mine. But yeah, like, Yep, you're not running any, like, major frontier model with it, you know? Not at a speed at which you're going to be doing all this other stuff. There are models you can run and all that, but, like, Tej, like, had a line at the end, like, yes, you have this thing, OpenClaw, that you've given the keys to your entire life, and you want to trust it to a model that's an imbecile, right? Prime was like, well, you could do, like, quantize 1.5, Kimmy or something, right? And Tej's response to that was pretty good. Shit. Nobody tell Prime that's the voice I did for him. Shit. Oops. It's like he was here in the room, wasn't it? I'm okay with a clip of it. I don't mind. Better get it before it's off the timeline. Oh, I guess it's on the YouTube too. Picked up my mic, right? Shit. I think it's fine. What even is my voice? I don't know. Oh, I'm Chris. Oh. Like, I don't know, something like that, right? Someone was gonna parody my voice. Would they have to do that? Like, is that the way someone would do like the Chris voice? Like, I don't know. I bet it is. Chris does a Chris impression. Oh, that was good. That was pretty good. I'm actually really proud of that. That was nice. Damn, we should clip that. Oh man. It'll be on the VOD. Oh man. Yeah, I'll totally edit that. All right, so strip components didn't solve the problem though. You know what? Hold on. It might be at the binary artifact. Okay, you know what? Open code, I was too quick to judge you. I think you were right. War wheel, hold on. You know it's a joke, right? It doesn't actually exist. Oh, okay. Got it. Okay, just double checking. I was like, hold on, wait. Because you wouldn't have been the first person to miss that. I had a coworker who's like, yeah, we could just use Ozempic Claw. And he kept saying it, and I was like, you know it's a joke, right? It doesn't actually do anything. Like, did you actually click any of the buttons? I actually had a coworker that did that. That was funny. Okay. Got it. Okay. Makes sense. I do like the website. Yeah, that was a fun website. My coworker was actually like, dude, it's like such a nicely designed site. Like, that was just some Lovable bullshit. Whatever Lovable has behind the scenes for their prompting for like layout and some of that stuff is done really well. Like, I haven't gotten layout to work that well from my own prompting in a long fucking time. I don't understand how Big Pickle did UI and layout so well. I'm really curious what Big Pickle is. What if it's for cells? Right? I know, like, Dax and Triangle Man have had beef in the past, but I don't think it's actually, like, big beef. I don't know. Yeah, I think it was, like, very, like, shallow beef. Like, flank steak, you know? Triangle Man owns Vercel. Oh, someone else said that. Maybe Zach Wilson? Someone called him Triangle Man, and I can't get it out of my head now, right? Because there's that lyric, Triangle Man, Triangle Man, Triangle Man hates person man. Like, dude, they have a fight, Triangle wins, Triangle Man. Like, it just sticks in my head so bad now. Just because of that. I like calling him Gizmo, too. I think Gizmo's really fun. But Triangle Man just works on, like, such, like, a lore level of the song. Right? Triangle Man hates Person Man. They get in a fight, Triangle wins. Triangle Man. But yeah. I also just really like calling him Gizmo. No, that's what I'm saying. That's why it could be Big Pickle. It's a stealth model. That's what I'm getting at. Like, who knows, right? Like, who really knows? I could see it even being like a Figma thing or something, you know? I don't know. Yeah, it's just some like stealth model in the same way that Open Router allows people to like test stealth models under random names like Pony Alpha and some of that stuff, right? Typingpoorly.com. Damn right. Big Pickle is one of the models inside of OpenCode. Right, so it is one of the free models on OpenCode Zen. When I forgot, we're still using the paid version. I am really curious about that. Let's go look at our bill on OpenCode. Or not bill, but like, you know, the cost. There's our usage, sure. All right, so we've used a little over $1. I just wanted to try it, you know? I think we can just wait for like timers. Like we should actually switch back. Like we should have switched back to the free model at 4 o'clock, and then when we hit the limit, then we switch back to this. I'll give them a day of full usage, and then that'll be the pattern that we actually do. It does explain why it feels like we haven't been hitting limits with open code as much, though. Because in general, like, we'll, like, start, and it'll be, like, before, like, 4 p.m. And then once 4 p.m. hits, it resets our, like, limit, you know? So then at that point, we get, like, an entire full session out of it, you know? Which I find really interesting. But we do then sometimes run into it, like, the next day. Yeah, I think the way, like, just because they're doing it at, you know, at UTC, like, rollover. So yeah, if you just, like, alternate the days that you use various free tiers. Like, I almost feel like you could start doing more, like, lower level model, like, random open router models, like, free ones, for, like, planning days, and then just go back to, like, boom, open codes free tier again. Yeah, I mean, we only hit it yesterday because we were, like, tag teaming it on 2 separate things, and it was running, like, nonstop. And when I say yesterday, like, technically today, but yeah. For the Opus thing, yeah, Opus, we were, like, massively hammering this, which was interesting. And we still need to test this. Like, yeah, for sure. That's a separate thing. We'll get to that. We got other things we're trying to fix first. All right, so did we push it? Yes. Yeah, I switched off of Codex or ChatGPT for Anthropic. Because why not? Voting with how you spend your money is one of the few ways that we can actually vote these days. At least it kind of feels that way. Just like the recent drama. Yeah, it is definitely some politics. I'm not saying it's, like, even necessarily that much better with Anthropic, right? I don't know. I don't know any better. I just don't know. But whatever. Exactly. And even some illegal stuff, maybe. No. I'm kidding. That was a bad joke. That was a bad joke. Take it easy. All right, so, yeah, we still seem to have the same issue. we'll say we're probably getting towards, possibly towards end of stream. So we can do another one of these. But wait, actually, no. Let me think. Hold on. See, DeGrinchy actually knows that, Four Wheel, right? You don't have to reply to DeGrinchy. That's how DeGrinchy got here. Shit. Oh, what did I do? Oh, what did I do? I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. It was a team effort. I'm not sure I understand that play on words. Anyone else get it? But yeah, let's do another one of these. Let's do it proper. That was just cleaning it out. This is actually one. And yeah. Oh man, I just started season 2 of The Expanse. That was a mistake. Because I'm gonna have to, like, now I'm gonna have to watch the whole damn thing. Fuck. Luckily, I spoiled myself enough by reading the plot ahead of time. Yes, it's massively awesome sci-fi. You love the way they did the hair in space? Oh, I'm not sure I've even looked. I haven't, yeah, like in the Zero G, like I didn't even pay attention. I think I was just in the moment. I'll look for it next time. Yeah, Kenny, it's amazing sci-fi. It's really fucking good. Oh, is that maybe like the one in the first episode? Yeah, okay, yep. Yeah, I think the first episode they went like ham, and then they really cut down on some of those scenes later. Like, you'll notice how most of the people who are in Zero G in general have, like, static haircuts. So they just didn't have to deal with that shit anymore. That's actually something I noticed, for sure. Now that, like, we brought it up. Like, dude, all the characters that are routinely in Zero G have static haircuts. Like, they slick it back. They fucking have it, like, short and trimmed or, like, buzzed. They got, like, a fro. Like, I don't know. Like, it's fucking crazy, right? The things you'll do for production budgets. And that's the only way I can rationalize that. But also, it kind of makes sense in space anyway, right? Like, too much hair, like, the shit, like... It would go fucking everywhere in Zero G. You know? It's gotta be some kind of hazard. But I think that's also just a thing they do with astronauts in general, too, right? I'm almost positive. I don't know about the women. I feel like they have hair when they're up there. So no, I don't think it's that big a deal, I guess. That would be so curious, like just random like hair going everywhere. Like just falling out and just like floating around and doing shit. Like, dude, what's his name had a fucking mustache, right? I guess hair isn't conductive, so it's not a big deal. I mean, I would bet they're not, like, shaving. Maybe they got, like, a special shaver that just, like, vacuums it as they shave. Dude, honestly... Where's that tech, man? Where the fuck's that at, dude? Did we just come up with $1 million idea? Problem is you'd have to, like, keep it kind of quiet. It's been done. I kind of figured it's been done. Why isn't it like how it's always done? Why isn't everything like that now? Why didn't it change the game? Because Dyson owns too many patents on like the vacuum technology? Is that it? I bet that's it. Yeah, so I wonder how many patents have expired since then that you can maybe, like, reapproach it. And yeah, like, dude, honestly, think, like, 80s, 90s. That shit was basically, like, a vacuum cleaner that you just... It was, like, the thing from The Office. What is it? Like, the sucky or whatever, right? Like, the hair cutter thing? Or the suck it or whatever, right? Yeah, for sure, dude. Yeah, like, I just wonder if we've miniaturized, like, vacuum technology. Flowbee. Oh, I remember hearing about Flowbee. Flowbee, I thought, was for the head. Yeah, Flowbee was for the head, not the face. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. No, I'm talking about the face. Yeah, the thing in The Office was directly mocking this, for sure. Honestly, I would use this at this point. It's kind of like the way I cut my hair anyway. Exactly, Grinchy. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, exactly. And then eventually you could miniaturize it even further. That's what I'm saying, like a face one. Right? A beard trimmer with a vacuum. It'd be slightly bigger, but it'd be worth it, right? There you go. Nano clippers, way better. Why even build it? That shit'll just take our market anyway. But hold on. Yeah. Did we tell it? What's up, Mr. Hours? How you doing? All right, so let's double check our server. We will go back to live. Sick. Fuck yeah. Dude, so dope. All right, 1 hour. We see a spike every once in a while. All right, up to 40, sure. I believe that's when we shipped that one fix. So that makes sense. So I'm thinking we could start increasing the size of the SQLite database if we have the write-ahead log actually like maintained now. So yeah, that's good. So just another day, about to do this HTML review before taking your quiz on the basics, doing some free code camp. Nice, free code camp's awesome. Yeah, dude, that dude is so cool. Quincy, right? I don't know, like the main dude. He does like the podcast and all that shit. Yeah, super cool dude. But yeah, so we're just kind of like vibe coding some BS. We've had some deploy issues. We think we might have a fix just now. Ooh, okay, I kind of like that. I do like the idea of the debug step. I'm gonna let it at it, and then I'm gonna go like just like look through it and maybe change some stuff too. Like, what do y'all say when you're like, okay, cool, I like the plan, get started? Do you say get started? Do you say, oh man, you know? Okay, so I know I'm changing it now. I'm gonna say make it so. I'm gonna start saying make it so instead of do it. Make it so. That's way better. All right, I'm gonna start doing that for sure. All right, so let's double check it. Oop. There we go. Okay, so Okay, so it does an ls-la and then another. Okay. I don't know. We'll add it. Um... All right, so what I think I want to see. Right, we're going to have a debug step. It's going to be in there. And shit, I forgot. We wanted to actually, like, look at it real quick. All right, so, hold on. Yeah, deploy monitor. I'm still almost positive it's some, like, file copy where, like, strip components or something, like, maybe the path needs to be changed slightly or something. Is it really going to be just dist? Yeah, I'm curious what this, like, debug actually does now. Okay, so yeah, we actually just don't see dist in there. No dist folder found. Yeah, so it's going to acknowledge that it doesn't know something. It just lists. Yeah, I know it just lists. We wanted to list because we want to see what's in there. Like what's not actually getting copied over right. Because this is a two-stage process, right? So we got two jobs. No, so number one, it prints this, and then it tries to print the dist folder. But the dist folder doesn't get printed because it's not there. I think theoretically, right? Like, because I understand what you're thinking. Hold on. Let's see where the command is. All right, we go through, we do the build, we get to deploy. Yeah, so you're seeing that there's an LSLA and there's an LSLA dist. And the LSLA dist is piped to devnull. And then there's like an OR of no dist found. So this is something I didn't think was actually how this worked. But this OR, I guess, is local to how the pipe here is working. Or Is this piping? Like, I don't know how to describe that. Like, I forget what this is doing specifically. I think, I'm just not sure. It seems to me like this is being evaluated after this has been. No, that makes sense. No, that's how that has to work. Yeah, so it's being evaluated left to right. I don't know. Sorry, stoner. No, it totally is. All right, does this. All right, cool. And then, all right, because it did something, sure. All right, let's keep going. And then you do all this. Yeah, so, yep, I get it now. This is just like a thing that maybe does like the little like help check. You know? So the idea is that this last one goes to null if it's actually there. But if it's not there and it fails, right, for an error, you do an OR and echo it. That's like a very just interesting approach. I don't know. I haven't written scripts like that in a long time. Or that needed to do something like that. So yeah, I don't think... If I've ever done it, I don't remember it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure Bad Cop out there is like just feeling like the Bash sense tingling, you know? Someone's talking about Bash. Okay, so let's see what it's saying about this. They're saying it's being done into the root. It is. Yeah, they're totally right. Yeah, they're totally right. Ah, I forgot make it so. Damn it. It's going to be a hard habit to break. It is more characters to type too. Yeah. They're probably on social media doing stuff at the very least. I think they burn out on it. Like there's a bunch of streamers that burn out on streaming because of like advent of code. I think maybe because it's like more streaming than they'd want to do. And then they take a while off. That's just a guess. I don't know for sure. I don't know. I'm just throwing a random idea at the board. I have no evidence. I just some random hunch. I basically hallucinated it like ChatGPT. All right, so do we think it worked? They got rid of the debug. They're that confident. Damn. Okay. Man. Balls. All right. I get it. All right, so CI/CD. Wait, hold on. Let me just double check this. I don't remember how to check what's in the current commit via the command line. I know. I know. I know. Right? So hold on. You know, like, we can be like passive aggressive with it. I think. Why are we typing the extra shit? Who cares about it? You don't need to waste tokens. Right? Man, if we were just like chatting at it though, that shit would make it in, wouldn't it? Right? If we did like voice to text, those things would totally make it in. Right? For sure. 100%. There you go. Yeah, it was just being really bad about that. I think we're good. We'll make sure it still works, you know? And I think it just guessed at the muscle part. Like, it's still going to use the, I mean, it's still better use the keys, right? The environment variables. But we'll see. We can double check it. All right, so let's double check it. They get rid of the merge multiple. Go back to that. I'm not sure that works, though. So hold on. Yeah, let me get more music on. Yeah. 1 second. Okay. So all right. Well, let's just try it. Fuck it. I do think it's hallucinating this part, but I'm maybe misunderstanding something. Yeah, I fully expect this to fail. All right, so yeah. Let's see the latest. Just spacing a little. Like the build step takes a little while, you know. Oh, here we go. Hmm. Yeah, I think it's hallucinating. God, I'm trying to remember. What service am I thinking of where inside in CICD, like when it's running and it fails, you can just like click in and like debug it, right? Like you can just like navigate the instance at that point. Like it's not like torn down yet. Is that a Microsoft Teams thing? I've done that somewhere. It was fucking beautiful. This step is failing in CI/CD, and you just like press a button and you're in there, and you can just like just look around. Dude, it was beautiful. Am I just thinking of like Enterprise GitHub? Is that maybe a thing? Dude, it was super nice. Anyone ever had that? Right? Like you're like fiddling with your CI/CD stuff, it's failed, and you just press a button and you're in that like that failed step of the container, like you're just there in that state and you can like just investigate, check the logs, do whatever you want. Right? Check what files are there. Yeah, what service does that? Do they all do it, but it's just like a massively enterprise feature? Because I'm just trying to remember the last time I actually saw that. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, probably just not something you get on like the free tier. That would make sense to me. All right, so back to it. What I'm thinking. Right? Theoretically, this is working fine. Yeah, right now we just don't have any logs that we have like that we can do. Like that's why I'm like looking to just like get in there instead of having to add a bunch of logs. Add the debug step back. Here we go. Let's do that. I think this is a good plan. One seems cool. Is that a thing? I want, like, just a bunch of debug steps. Fuck it. That's the whole point of this shit. Right? I mean, technically, by proxy, by saying make it so, that means you're number one. Act like it, all right? Otherwise, we're back to do it. That was a pretty nerdy joke. I like it. Just better that way. All right, so we're gonna get that out there. And yeah, none of our front end changes are possibly running. We do have just like a working server. I just don't want to fiddle with it while we're doing this part. But honestly, we could and we should. All right, so hold on. This is where I kind of want to do. Let's get some skills going. Yes, right. Still all about kind of like the learning aspect of it. Let's do the skill stuff. So yeah, I would say front end design. Oh no, I'll get there. That's fine. I'm on water anyway. We're good. I got plenty of stuff to cook. And I actually ate lunch today too. Like it was a terrible lunch. You know that jerky that I had? I basically polished that off with tortilla chips. It was amazing actually. It was quite good. So yeah, I actually had something this morning. Or I want to say like right before streaming. Okay, so we can do it. We're gonna do it. All right, whatever. How do we add a skill? Here we go, like this. Where does this go? Does it just go into the repo? I'll run it there anyway, just in case. Oh, interesting. Oh, this is... Oh, that's cool. Oh, and open code just being right there. Ooh, that's nice. But yeah, I'll enable it for anything else I might possibly use anytime soon. Absolutely. Dude, this skills library is actually really solid. Damn, good job, Vercel. That's awesome. I'm gonna use any of the other stuff though. But yeah, that's awesome. That's really cool of them. Boop. Installation scope. I'm gonna say global. All right, so hold on. Was that the one I just did? Oh god. What did I just do? Front end design. All right. That was weird. Okay. Yeah, we're doing like a bunch of stuff. I do want to point that out. Right now we're debugging some pipelines like CI/CD stuff, and then concurrently we're installing a bunch of skills to like, you know, be able to modify the dashboard for the Rust code that we got. The goal is that the Rust code will outperform the existing Python code that another company is running, which they're awesome. We're still using their hardware, but we're hoping to switch over so that we're not like, you know, not just taking. And I think we're also more performant, but our server isn't like running in a way. So, vibing? I think that's the command. That's basically the idea. There you go. Did it remember? Oh, it's even better. Damn. Yeah, they really nailed it with this tool. All right, so we got some skills installed. Cool. Are there any other, like, just absolutely essential ones that we think you know, we should check out. I think I'm good. Ooh, we got more soda though. Dude, I do want to say, holy shit. I found like a new great way to do that, like so that Costco jerky I was eating on yesterday. Dude, that with tortilla chips. It's like, dude, it's got like the crunch and like the jerky part. It almost tastes like chili nachos because they're like a carne asada kind of flavor. Dude, it was good. It was super good. I could even see doing that with like some kind of cheese. Yeah, exactly. No, it was really good. There's definitely some kind of cheese I could have done that would have been made it like really good. But yeah, pretty solid snacking. All right, so with these skills installed, you are Captain Open Code. All right, we'll let that kind of just do its thing. Is that maybe like the idea? You just like start chaining some of these things with skills, or do they like actually farm out to skills automatically as they go? Has anyone messed with like skills a bit? I'm still like slow. I'm a slow adopter. I know, fucking old man Chris. Uh oh, that's not good. All right, so while that's churning, again, like the whole goal is trying to figure out how do we like juggle this stuff. What do we need? Conductor? I I don't know about conductor at this point. I just find the way it does the work trees so damn annoying. But the goal is that it's like trying to like conduct like maybe multiple agents on the same code base. which to me, I don't know, kind of sounds like a nightmare, but we're doing it right now. So it is doable. Right? Like, just think like mono repos. Like, totally damn doable. Yeah, I don't know. Something to think about. Wait, what's up, Jay? What do you mean? No, I'm just trying to think about, like, how to manage this stuff. Like, I don't know. What are ways we could improve the experience? Oh, actually, okay, yeah, I don't know that one. Not sure. All right, so we kick off that build so that we'll be able to actually, like, look at the stats and stuff there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the meme. But okay, so I do kind of like that. Let's commit it. Monobotter. Typingpoorly.com. Nailed it. Okay, so git commit -m. Yeah, we're currently using OpenCode. We were doing some stuff with Conductor just to test that out. There's a couple of the other, like, things like Human Layer and fucking Maestro and Agentastic, and, like, I don't know, there's like a new thing every week. How do I like it? Like, which one? OpenCode? OpenCode's fine. You know, it's pretty much just like any other TUI. I don't know if I've found anything that really makes it, like, that much more amazing. They kind of all have planning modes now. They kind of all have, like, a lot of that same stuff. You know, it's nice to support Dax's thing, though. That's cool. All right, so yeah, what is our commit here? The thing that is fixed is make a pass with the web design guidelines skill. We don't need to push yet. Let's see what our current build process is doing. We should have gotten to something. Still failing because we just added debug steps. But we should be able to see what's going on somewhere in here, right? But now we need to rerun failed jobs. Enable debug logging. Was that always there? It was, right? Holy shit. That's a lot of shit. Man, they had a lot of shit. Is debug dash hours? It is. Yeah, cool. What? Oh. Yeah, no, that's their shit. Okay. So no, not all debug steps are our steps. Okay. So this one is ours. I think that one was ours. Shit. Dude, the debug stuff is so damn noisy. And yeah, they just don't show us everything. So yeah, that debug logging is not what I was thinking. How do I force a rerun with a flag? GitHub event inputs debug. Is that another like enterprise feature? I'm not seeing that. It feels hallucinated. Yes, input might be the wrong thing. I think an envvar would just be better. Let's see. So for this one. Oh, rerunning doesn't count as a manual run? Oh, is that it? Oh, that's it. So I thought like a rerun would count, like even if I just did it like later, that would still count as a manual run. You're saying like I have to do it like fresh from the start that way, right? Which I guess makes sense. I think that's actually kind of smart. Okay. Well, let's do it then. Right, so now is this my thing? Is that what I added, like somewhere at the top? Enable debug output. That's it. Okay, got it. Makes sense. I know I've seen that before somewhere. And yeah, we were already doing that. That's probably what I was thinking. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks, Fred. I don't know. For some reason, I totally thought that you could do, like, parameters at the rerun level. That would be so much nicer, wouldn't it? But I guess it goes against the ethos of, like, how the CI/CD process should work. So that makes sense. That's a good call. All right, so that might take a little bit. Let's keep going with the other part. And yeah, here, sure, why not? Okay, so we're going to start with a fresh thing. We're going to go skills. We're going to pick another one. The one we're going to pick now, we just did. The skill stuff doesn't get into the history. Oh, interesting. Well, I think... All right, this one's for, like, aesthetic quality, sure. Right, so I'm curious, like, how much we could do. Just like, all right, we hammered some bullshit out. Try it out. See what you think. How much do we think we could, like, really have this thing, like, just boom, knock it out of the park? Unlikely, but I'm kind of into any UX change it makes. We're still fighting, like, the deploy process, so it doesn't matter. Like, we can just debug it locally. And then, yeah, how's this going? All right, so that failed out, but we should have these debug steps, right? Okay, so with that manual run, now we kind of see what's going on there. Is target path really the only thing we'd want to log? Oh, I guess source. Yeah. Not found. Okay. So that would be it. Like, front end dist is not there. Okay. So that does help a little bit. What we kind of need is just something else in here too. Hold on. Yeah, front end artifact here. We could echo the not found. I don't know why that's funny to me. Echo the not found when you're like echoing not root. Like, why do we need that fallback? That's funny. All right. All right, you know what? We're gonna have to remove this one anyway, so I don't care if we do the if. Yeah, no. Yep, we're gonna remove that anyway, so yeah. Yeah, we can add it back. Like, yeah. Let me get more music going while we're waiting. I mean, all right, so we're gonna see another job kickoff. That one will fail here in a minute. How is this one chugging along? No, it's this one. This is the one we're chugging along on. So there we go. Front end aesthetic assistant. Your front end is functional but falls into generic AI slop territory. Current state, enter font overused. System font fallbacks. Well, I mean, we should probably do system font fallbacks. I think that's fine. I think that part's okay. You have to do it like with a bit of sass when you're talking about this stuff, right? Generic green, blue, red, yellow palette. Ugh. You can editorialize it as you see fit. Layout, predictable centered stack. Header, 2 cards, charts. Oh, jeez, dude. The motion, 0 animations or micro interactions. I read that as microtransactions at first, and my mind was slightly blown. I'm not gonna lie. You know what? You're right. We should have some microtransactions. And then the background, ooh, a simple radial gradient. No depth. Okay. So there was the roast. They like the dark theme, sure. CSS variable architecture is solid. Good component structure, sure. Damn right, exactly. Ooh. Ooh. All right, sure. Yeah, exactly. All right, so what are we thinking? Ooh, here we go. Oh, like a terminal dashboard? Oh, I forgot to make no mistakes. Shit. We're gonna do some project and have it do this and just be like, I want it to look like a clown car. What do you mean by that? Clown car. Anything it like asks for clarification, you just say clown car. I want to see what happens. That'd be kind of good. We could do it in a branch. All right. Make it so. I know. I don't know. Like, I want to see what it thinks. That actually sounds kind of good, man. I don't know what that is. Is that a joke? Like, oh, is that the name of like just some new fucking thing? Is it like a reference to like a Godzilla character with like multiple heads? Is that it? I don't know. I haven't heard of it. I have an eyelash. They are the devil. We're using Minimax right now. All right, so hold on. Before this, oh, I forgot to change the name. Whatever. Yeah. Okay. All right, we're still at a decent thing. So we, oh yeah, now that we're actually like using and paying for it, it's You know, now we're seeing like the 23 cents per like session thing. That's kind of nifty. I don't know. I think I kind of like that. I don't know, man. We're chilling. But okay, so overdid that. Well, it's the last one of the night anyway. I do wish I had more soda for it, though. Never mind. Almost perfect pour. Sure. Mm-hmm. All right, so looks like we are still copying the dis to the root somehow. Okay, now it's just blowing it. Fresh context. What's up, King, over on YouTube? How you doing? Leave all the debugging stuff alone. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, interesting, King. That's cool, man. All right, so I think this thing could finally figure it out with that bit of context and what we got there, and leave the debug stuff alone. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. And yeah, so this thing still chugging. All right. So Mr. Designer Man, who roasted our admittedly AI slap design, has spent 17 cents making it better. Honestly, that's a good trade because I can't do design anyway. Sure. Yep, we're doing a bunch of open code Zen at the moment. We've also got this other thing that we're like stalled on while we're still doing these. I do need to use the restroom, though. But yeah, the idea is I've got another thing that I want to test out that we used Opus for. It was a much more complicated task that we didn't necessarily give it all the direction we needed for. I was also testing at the same time this thing called Conductor, and I specifically wanted to like fork off individual workspaces for like parts of the work. As far as like how I did the planning and things like that, I wanted to see how well it did something like that, you know? It wasn't great, wasn't perfect, but I don't know. Interesting so far. But now I gotta actually like test it, and we just haven't had time while we're doing other stuff. But I gotta pee. So give me a second. Ooh, buddy. Yeah, it's to pee. Oh, okie dokie. All right, so theoretically, I'm gonna say yeah. All right, nailed it. Good job. Fuck yeah, Clanker. That's my Clanker. I mean the values aren't accurate still, but like design wise, this is fucking beautiful. Shit, man. All right, good job, Clanker. All right, so now we need to like do other stuff. Hold on. Let's do another pass. Like the idea of skills. All right. I'm seeing it. Skills make sense. We can't deploy that yet. Hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. So what's this thing's deal? All right, so now we continue trying to do this. And hold on, what was that joke name? That's actually a solid joke name. That one's fun. That's not that, like, too trolly. Hi, pretty lady. I'm from Norway. That was the name of the message there. I don't know how to do a Norwegian, like, American accent, but if I did, I would have tried for sure. I think I almost went, you almost heard me going there, right? I almost went, like, full-on Swedish chef. I don't think that's how that would sound. I think, actually, I've heard enough pro snowboarders from Norway talk. But they're like jocks, I think, so they might have like a Norwegian jock voice. Like, I don't know. Yeah, all I'm thinking of now is the Haldor Helgason like interview from the bomb hole where he's talking about some shit. That's like the last like Norwegian voice I remember hearing for a while. All right, so yeah, we got that thing. Yeah, as far as the plan, I'm fine with it. Like, I'm just so tired. Like, come on, dude, just like get it. Just get it. I'm about to go back to do it. I'm totally about to go back to do it. You don't deserve to make it so. Make it so is for Opus. Make it so is for flagship models. I don't see no flagship models around here. I don't know, right? There we go. Nailed it. Right, you gotta like berate Minimax, right? It's listening. No, I don't even have a microphone connected to that machine. I think we got it this time. This is CICD monitor. Dude, I got some tokens I want to burn tonight before midnight, so we're not going to go super late. We're probably going to wrap up here, I don't know, within the hour or so. By 11 latest. For sure. Just for the sake of the neighbors. You got it. I think technically it might even be 10. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see where we get. I could just close the window, and then, yeah, by 11, we need to shut the fuck up. Like, so, yeah, I get it. I get it, neighbors. But yeah. So. CICD monitor. So my thought here is Fix pathing for front-end assets. All right, and then here we can commit what we've done for the front end. All right, so then monitor pass styling through, and what was the name of that skill? Front end design skill? We don't need to push that yet, but we will. Okay, so then from here, cool. We're gonna do yet another skill. Open code. Skills. So yeah, and then Vercel React best practices, right? Oh, no, I fucked up. We wanted it in plan mode. I do not want changes. All right, so we go back.
Marty, oh, we gotta go back. It's your parents.
I can't do a good Christopher Lloyd voice. That was terrible. I think I can do great Scott every once in a while. But most of the time it's bad. Every other line, awful. All right, so now the Vercel thing's like taking a pass at like, I don't know, like React-y bullshit. Are there any skills you guys use out there that you're like big fans of? Like there's a shitload of them. We gotta like, yeah, get cracking. We probably need to figure out some skills. And yeah, when people say a skill is an MCP server, it's not even fucking close. Like, they don't do the same thing. Like, skills are just fucking prompts. Isn't it? Isn't it just a markdown file? Maybe I'm missing something. What do skills, like, what's the skill that actually does something? Like the remotion one? They have scripts too? Okay, I didn't realize they had scripts. The ones we were looking at from Vercel were just MD files, basically. So I guess that's what I'm misunderstanding. Okay. No, that's my misunderstanding. I got it. So let's go look at them just to be sure. That makes more sense now. Yeah, what's up? Skim? How you doing? What you up to? Music stopped just randomly, just like right when you raided. That was crazy. That was weird. Is this like time, like on your end you have some like entry music coming, right? There's some theme music playing, right? The universe cut mine off for years. I get it. No big deal. I think it's worth it. But yeah, shout out and shout out. But yeah, what were you up to on your thing? You were doing some assembly stuff? Okay. Oh, very awesome. Okay, and you're familiar with Proton Fig. Awesome, yeah. Proton, what you been up to, man? We haven't seen you in a bit. Usually got some good music. Like, dude, publish like a full-on album to Bandcamp, and I'll put it on from time to time, right? Like, just start doing that, you know? That'd be awesome, wouldn't it? I just don't remember, like, you've been sending it, like, other ways. Like, just put a bunch of them into an album on Bandcamp. No, and I understand. I'm just saying, like, dude, if you could do that, I would happily play, like, the whole thing. Like, if people like it, they can do the song command and shit. Like, yeah. And if you do have that, well, I keep forgetting. And feel free to share that over in our Discord, wherever. Right? Promote yourself, or even music. Yeah, you can do self-promotion of music and music. I'm okay with that. Yeah, we don't get, like, that much, like, music spam anyway, so, like, yeah, fuck it. Yeah, everyone, feel free to, like, promote your own music in the music channel instead of, like, promote yourself. But let me get another album going anyway in the meantime. We haven't played this one in a bit. But yeah, good to see you there, Proton. Welcome. Welcome back. So yeah, for people joining from the raid, we're just doing a bunch of, like, just vibe code and shit. We're currently looking at what skills actually are and what they do. Like, it still just feels like just an endless amount of fucking markdown. You know? Cool. Like, how is that different? But then I guess there's, like, a source folder? What does the source folder do? Like, what's a good example of a skill that actually has, like, scripts and stuff? Because to me, they all just seem like just fucking markdown files. Like, how is that, like, a big deal? Like, how are people saying it's this, like, crazy thing that's just so much better than other bullshit? Like, dude, it's still gonna fucking occupy stuff, right? Like, in the majority of these things are just like, no, you could turn off the MCP server and all of its tools and still use any of the prompts that they had. Why do we need to recreate the prompts that you could ship with an MCP server? You can do that while turning off all the fucking tools. Same thing though, JFree. Like, you've always been able to do prompts with MCP servers. I don't understand how a skill is any better than that. Like, you can just turn off the tools and then they don't take up context. Well, what I'm saying, though, is MCP still has the prompts field. It's built in. You can call a prompt from an MCP server by doing the slash thing, you know? Well, that's how tools work, too, isn't it? Tools aren't automatic, are they? Are tools actually automatic? I've been calling them manually. Oh, so that's the thing I'm missing. Currently, I've just been calling them manually. Oh, so as I do other things, the tools will be called, like, automatically? Interesting. Okay. And when I say tools, I mean skills, not tools. MCP tools, yes, it'll call those automatically. I mean skills. You're saying skills will get automatically called? Instead of like the caveman thing I just did to like run them, like specifically? Oh, see, that's what I'm saying, Jeffrey. Like, I don't understand how like skills are actually this big new thing. Then I don't know. Yeah, whatever. I just think there's a lot of fucking just hype and bullshit out there, and people just want to like, dude, how much is this? Could you imagine, like, how much of the budget for all these data centers from these companies is actually them just like creating fucking bot farms to like promote their shit and like make people feel stupid? What if? What if? Yeah, we discovered human beings are actually really that easy to manipulate, even the smartest people among us. Yeah, yeah, no, you're heroes, right? The people pushing that you know are real. Yeah, they're real, but why were they convinced? The bot farm. You know, like I don't know, man. I'm just wondering. I'm not I really do wonder. They saw that they got a huge fucking boost in viewership and all sorts of stuff when they started talking about that. Who do you think did that one? Right? Like, boom. All right. So who's like funding like the view economy for all of this bullshit? What if there's some crazy underhanded backroom deal that they can do where like big companies can actually just buy fucking like boosts and engagement on posts about things that they want promoted that promote their shit better? Like just borderline Twitter. Right? No, it's not an ad, but hey, Elon, look the other way. We're going to spam this thing with like 10,000 likes. Get that ball rolling real quick. Here's like 10K. Deal with it. I don't know. Like that the numbers are probably bullshit. Who knows? But like I'm sure there's some shit going on, man. When they say the algorithm, like who here thinks the algorithm is actually that advanced? I guess it got leaked at one point, right? Yeah, no. I'm saying that one, sure. I'm talking like specifically the Twitter one. How advanced do we really think the Twitter one is? So here's a thought that I have, right? Like, there's definitely CodeRabbit and all these things, but is there not just some, like, way to be like, hey, pass a review of this thing through my chosen model, sure, but call it with this skill. Like, is that not like just like a GitHub action you could build? Because that would be really interesting. And then you could just have this like chain of skills. It's like a review, not a review skill, it would be a review action. No. But what I'm saying is, so Kilo Code can do it. What I'm saying, like, I don't know. I still feel like it could just be like fully open source though. Like, you don't even need it to be a thing. It's just an orchestrator. Like, that can be pure code as, like, a GitHub action without having to even do anything, you know? It could be way simpler. Like, what I'm thinking about is really, like, dude, it's like 50 lines of code max. And most of it, like, YAML. Like a skills orchestrator? Not that I know of. They support agent GitHub actions? Okay. No, I understand how GitHub Actions works, dude. No, I think you're still misunderstanding what I mean. You shouldn't need a third party like CodeRabbit if you're paying for tokens via something, right? So then pull CodeRabbit out of the equation. And what I would love to do is see a GitHub action that just has a list of skills. And the prompt for those skills to be spawned, right, is then like, you know, done in a loop or whatever, right? Maybe broken out. And it then goes through and says like, take a pass at blank. And then all of the outputs of those things get condensed into a context, and then you get like a proper review from it. But you get to pick and choose which like skills you want to review your code. That's what I'm talking about. Like, I want that as a specific action, as like a code review action. But you shouldn't need any third party to do it. It's like a very simple just GitHub action and a key, right? Like, there's really no moat for something like that. But the magic of it is the plug and play ability of the skills just being this array that you're passing. Okay, if that thing already exists, then fine. I'm just wondering, like, does it actually exist yet? I'm not talking about matrices or matrices. I'm just saying, like, a code review action that is, like, plug and playable more. Right? That is, like, AI code review still. And it's plug and playable based on, like, the action, like, the skills that you pass it. As just, like, NPX style, like, skill name. It sounds really valuable to me. Like, that sounds great. Oh, so that synthwave background thing, that's just Ghosty, and you can use shaders to run in Ghosty, right? So Ghosty is just like a new terminal tool written in Zig by Mitchell Hashimoto, the guy from HashiCorp, you know, like Terraform and shit, I think. But yeah, like, it's actually pretty easy. It's on the Ghosty shaders repo that I maintain on GitHub. You can get it and get it going, like nice and easy. It is flipped for Ghosty. Keep that in mind. Whereas if you want the original shader, that's over on shadertoy.com. Like, you'll find it. If you just, like, type in Synthwave or something, you'll find it. And then, yeah, hold on. Proton Fig, question above. Oh, you asked that. Same thing. Got it. Yeah, no, I don't think this is what I'm looking for, like, at all. No, I want what I'm talking about to run on PR, like pull request. I don't want just some daily status thing. I want pull request. I want this to be an action that you call as part of other actions. This is just like a code review step for that. You know? If that makes sense. The quick star answer? I don't know what you're talking about at this point. I still just don't think this is what I'm looking for. Like, yeah, I don't know, man. It's fine, Jeffrey. Don't worry about it. Like, no, I don't think this is what I want. I don't think we're on the same page. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Okay, so oh. Okay, so it does connect, and we're good there, and it was just like the Reacty stuff. I still think we got things we're gonna have to like pass it through and fix. But alright, so we ran it through that. All right, so yeah, git commit dash m fix monitor. What was the name of that skill? For cell react best practices. Oop. Something weird happened. What? I think I messed something up. Are our changes still there? Let me double check this. I'm so confused now. Okay. Okay. I think I did an amend that I didn't mean to. Yeah, that's what it is. I canceled the commit I thought I did, and then I did the amend, but I didn't think I wrote the amend. Oh, I didn't change the commit message, but it still finished the commit. That was just the message editor. So yeah, the quit I did still modified it. Okay, I get it. I get it. I see how we got there. Yep. That makes sense. All right. So, man, let me double check. What do I got? Meeting wise tomorrow. Dude, really light meeting day, actually. Honestly, I think I might be able to stream tomorrow. We might be able to do a rare Wednesday stream. I don't have a meetup. I don't think we're gaming tomorrow night because I think someone's busy. So I think we can do a rare Wednesday stream. Like, I do got work to do. Like, but I got all fucking morning. Like, the morning's like totally open. So yeah, I got a bunch of work I can do like in the morning there. That'll be good. I was expecting like a couple hours of meetings. We skipped this. So yeah, I don't know. We might stream on this channel tomorrow. Like rare occasion stuff. But I think it'd be worth it. Okay, so All right, so here's what I'm going to do. OpenCode Zen. People have been saying what? Like Sonnet's actually really good lately? Come on, what's the hype? What's like the new fucking hotness? You mean Codex? I mean, we can do it. We can do it through OpenCode. Oh, you know what? Hold on. We should be... Dude, we should be fucking burning our OpenCode shit for sure anyway. Hold on. What is it? Providers? It's Connect. I got this at least for now. Give me a second. Right? Like, I still have Codex, right? So I might as well just, like, burn through it while I got it, right? Alright, so any big difference
Give him
between
an enema.
5.3 Codex and 5.3 Codex Spark? What versions of Codex y'all use now there? You fucking zoomers. Alright, I got one more hour in me. I am grabbing another soda. I said that was the last time. BRB. But, you know, you can tell I kind of had food earlier, right? Otherwise, I'd be terribly... Alright. So not Spark. Sure, why not? Let's give it a shot. Oh. Oh, interesting. Okay, let's start easy. I want to add a real-time diff counter above the live cards. Make sure to use the front end design. Oh, wait, you know what? Could we just call it with that? I think we can, right? So instead, if I just do like the front end design card, are we good? Like thing? Like... Ah, shit. Right. So then with like this context, what do we think it'll do? Right. So I want to see like how it goes from here. And then, yeah, how's this fucker doing? So we push that up. Did it work? Did it blend? No, it did not. We're gonna do the same thing. Yeah, we got the codex. Let's use it. What's up, Prime? Yeah, what's up, K-Man? How you doing? All right, so let's actually bite the bullet and try like a better model, right? Because fuck it, why not? I will say, like, dude, OpenCode made that super easy to switch. That was really well done. Only thing I wish was if it was like dynamic, like they should be doing like a fetch. Like when you call the slash models command, why couldn't that just do like a fetch from local config? Why does it have to stay in memory? I think that would be like a really nice fix. And honestly, dude, if we just did that, just to like see, I don't know, I'd like to do it just to become familiar with the code base. If we added that feature, we do enough. Damn, could we work for OpenCode? That'd be kind of cool, wouldn't it? I think that'd be fun. OpenClaw? Yeah, no, I would do OpenClaw on something totally separated. I wouldn't do it on a Mac Mini you care about. Not worth it. It's just not worth it. Make it so, buddy. I have high hopes. All right, with how much like dude Codex and Opus get like really like massively hyped by people, you know. All right, we'll see. We'll see. How do we think it did? Ooh, honestly, see, here's the thing. It's just slash front end design. Like, is there anything actually changing behind the scenes when that happens? Why can't they just auto-complete the front end design part? Why is their autocomplete like not able to do that for your like skills list? Why is that a separate fetch? All right. Hold on. So yeah, what was the thing? Right? And it's entirely possible that there's a valid reason, but like I want to check. All right, so the next thing. What was the thing we were just saying before that? Right? Like these things would slow things down if you waited on it, but you could also just show like a loading indicator of like reloading and fetching. I think that could be useful. Right? I'm not sure how we even got a. Oh, never mind. Now I see it. Okay. Damn, I really like that feature. You could just mark it as done right there. Oh, dude, that's nice. Damn, Trello still putting out features like this day and age in this economy. That's amazing. Good job, Trello. All right, so yeah, front end design. Do a full width row kind of layout for the thing we just made. Hold on. But there we go. There we go. All right. So yeah, how do we think this went? They updated the workflow artifacts. Let's just see if they did it. Did they actually do it? So help me. I will turn this GitHub action around, okay? That's how I feel about some of these commits right now. Like, I don't care anymore. Fuck it, I'm pushing. There we go. Let's get it up there. Yeah, how is everyone doing today? What y'all up to? Like, anything fun? I guess it's late night. Just looking forward to sleep. I do love sleep. It's just the best, isn't it? All right, so we pushed that up. This thing says it's actually done now. Did it blend? I didn't mean to close that. Right, so like it still has like no design aesthetic. We'll just prompt it here without even the front end design thing, because who cares? All right, so yeah, this thing is deploying. I would love it if it just worked. That would be a fantastic way to just like just relax, you know? Oh shit. Okay, so Codex did nail it on that one. I'm willing to bet that Opus would have done fine too. That's pretty cool. All right, so yeah, we'll see if that works. Yeah, there is still just like a gap between the flagship models and the open ones. There's still like a massive gap. I feel like for most things you're pretty good, but at some point, and maybe that's like the next like orchestration layer. You let Ralph churn with like a shitty model first. And then you get a better model to come in and make it actually good. Right? And you just do this like progressive enhancement kind of thing. Maybe that's like the next level of orchestration. Because just like, dude, output tokens are the most expensive thing. Could you optimize for like the fuck, like you do the shotgun approach with a shittier model and then you just like let a thing fine tune? I think that's going to be some kind of like cost optimization in the future, because we're going to have to start thinking about that. I think that's the next level of orchestration. Right? Instead of just like spanning horizontally, you start going generationally. So you're still like spanning horizontally for like individual tasks, but then you go generationally within those tasks based on like, yeah, you use a cheaper model first. I think there might be something to that. Like, how do we test it? How do we start like validating it? How do we script it? That does sound like another thing that we just make some LLM build, right? It would fundamentally have to be something like open router based, right? Yeah, I almost want to build some like open router abstraction. Like from the core. Like, yeah, no, that could be good. Right? Like, at some point, you're gonna have to start, like, optimizing this shit. And to me... No, not what I was trying to do. Description, here we go. Right, open router focus first. Sure. I think we could build something cool around that. Yes, it's in more slop tools because, yes, I'm not really that shy about calling this shit slop. Like, I'm hammering out slop right now, but you know what? There is definitely a use case for slop. It explains why, like, a bunch of the people that I've worked with in the past had jobs. Boom, roasted. I think we could all say that, right? There's always someone that you're like, holy shit, how'd they get hired? Are they someone's nephew? Or niece? Usually nephew. All right, so hot damn, right? All right, so there we go. And yeah, I see it. Like, dude, this does become just very addicting because you're no longer like tiring yourself out from like the heavy thinking of like creating all these mental maps about like the code and the logic and all that shit. Like, dude, I could vibe this shit for a long time, you know? Like you're not thinking that hard with this part. Oh, you made a Wally shelf for it, caveman? When you say Wally shelf, do you mean like you 3D printed like a thing to like store your Mac Mini in? That makes it look like Wally? Because that'd be amazing. That'd be really fucking cool. That'd be really fucking cool. I'd settle for Eve. I think that's her name, right? Like the lady robot. That'd be fun. So yeah, we're dealing with like deploy issues right now, but the main goal is that command. Right? Like the response of that command. We've got other BS we're doing, sure. Okay, now let's just check this. We got a couple things we're juggling, and part of the process is I'm a developer advocate working at GitKraken. I've been in like ads and some of that bullshit. You might have seen my face for some of that. Maybe not. Who knows, right? It's not like it's that big time, but we do like pay to like push ads on YouTube and blah blah blah. And from time to time, my face will be on one. Not common, but every once in a while. But the idea is we need to build tools for this like new way of working, right? I think that's important. Just GitKraken itself in general spawned out of, hey, how are things changing, you know? So yeah, in the same way, like, yeah, maybe there's other stuff and we got to keep fiddling with it, you know? But to do so, for me to have any input about like where we should go and what's actually a bottleneck and like sure, we could schedule interviews and shit, right? I'm good at scheduling interviews and getting people to interview, right? But instead, I should absolutely like I should be headfirst into this like agentic bullshit. I still call it bullshit. Like, come on, man, I'm only human, but we're doing it, you know. Let me put it this way. if you were to like just go another like let's just call it 50 years in the future, they'd be like, wait, you like actually like typed things with your fingers on a thing you called a keyboard. Why didn't you just like think it? Right? Like, no, you just put on the thing and you think it. Keyboard? What the fuck is a keyboard? Is that like the save icon? It's like a thing that used to exist that doesn't anymore, and now there's like, sure, like, you know, the keyboard icon exists. Like, I get it. Like, I see what it is, but like, I've never used one. What the fuck is a CD? You know, like, dude, there's gonna be that like endless like churn of just like tech that just doesn't make sense anymore in the future. At some point, we would just say like, dude, typing on a keyboard is just as ridiculous as all the other weird shit we used to do, you know? So yeah, some of this weird shit we're doing right now, probably gonna be anachronistic eventually too. That's the wrong word. Wrong word. It's just not gonna work in the future, and kids will look back on it and think, wow, that was ridiculous. So here I am in the 1920s. You know, my car broke down, but luckily I was able to find a bunch of charcoal on the side of the road and shovel it into my engine. No, it never worked that way. Nah, that never happened. Wonder how easily you could have done that with like wood and shit. The wood-fired automobile. So much better than those coal devices that get you stranded on the side of the road. Who are good people to follow in like the vibe coding space? I don't know, man. I'm very much like, I don't know. I'm basically a boomer. Yeah, I'm not sure what like the forefront is. I still question some of that shit, so I try not to listen to them too much. But there's like an entire crowd. The more people you follow on Twitter, the more you're gonna get like linked into like other people that do that shit. I do think Daxrad, right? THDXR or whatever. I think he is like clued in enough that like as you see him interact and chat with people and like things that he quote tweets and stuff, you'll probably find a bunch. And yeah, if you don't use Twitter, I get it, but Twitter is where most of like the LLM AI Zoomers are, which is why I still like take them with a grain of salt. Like, yeah, no, they're all bullshit artists. They're all like the fucking crypto bros that are just looking for another fucking fake messiah. I don't know. There's just so much fucking hyperbole. Eventually, those fucking assholes will move on to something else, and then the people who actually care about a thing will be left, and then you can actually have a conversation about it. That's the way I feel. Dude, the bros. The fucking AI bros. They're insufferable. And here's the thing, like, I don't mind. Like, be stoked on a tool, but like, god damn, they're fucking cheerleaders about it, you know? Like, nothing can simply be good. It has to be, like, life-changing. you know? Okay, you know what? Fuck it. You know what? I like vibing with the do it. Right? Instead of fucking make it so, do it. Like, do it just has like a chiller vibe, man. When I'm talking with an engineer, I'll say make it so. Right now, you're kind of code jockey in this one with the way you described all that. Nah, that's some code jockey shit. So we'll pick and choose when we say do it versus make it so. And hey, Soulburn. Damn, Soulburn. That's a name I have not heard in a long time. Damn, man. How you doing, dude? Is it because I'm going this late? Like, I rarely go this late. I get it. I'm going to have a hard stop here in a half hour. My neighbors will be pissed if I go any later. So, it's fine. We got time. All right, so we can do this ourselves. It needs help. It needs help. Right? How many tokens do I want to spend doing like a thing that I can just do? You know? Ah, we were so close. Would a dev server be better? Absolutely. But you know what? That's fine. And then, dude, even Codex and Opus just can't do what I want UI wise, man. What is this fucking voodoo? No way. Hey, that's awesome, Proton. Fuck yeah, dude. Is it like a full album or just like a single song? I get it. If you just wanted to do like a single song, I get it. I would start saying like label your albums with like EP or LP in the title. That way people can like find full albums versus singles when they're looking at like the list of your stuff. Or otherwise, rename it to be that and single. But either way, just like pick and choose one. Like either you have an album that's like a few, or your singles are labeled as singles. But like you have to do that. It's like such a fucking pain in the ass, and I hate it navigating some artists who like intermix like albums with singles, and I gotta like click in to figure it out. So like make sure your naming scheme is very obvious to the user when they're browsing your like full discography kind of thing. Does that make sense? Like I get it. Yeah, we'll check it out. I would also say post it over to the music channel in Discord. But please, please, please release albums because I want a full album, not just a single song. I want a full fucking album. And I know you got a bunch of shit, dude. Right? So yeah, give me albums I can play. And I know I'm just giving you homework, but that's what I need, dude. I do not want to play a single and then have to go and do another thing. Like, it sucks. It's a bad user experience. Even if you release your singles one by one and then do an album that is all of them together, yeah, I'm not going to buy a single, but I will happily buy an album of all of those. But if you still want to do them one by one because some people just want to buy one at a time, like, okay, cool. But label that shit appropriately. Just from like a user experience perspective. It should be part of like Bandcamp 101. In your discography on Bandcamp, make sure it is extremely obvious what is a single versus what is an album or like multiple songs. That's my biggest pet peeve. All right, so real quick, like, Masijo does lead right now. Hey-oh. But yeah, we just had to do shit ourselves. Just had to do it. So here it is. Okay, so yeah, flex call. God, it's really bad at the responsive stuff, huh? No, so it's flex call by default, and then I'm going to say MD flex row. And I think we just nailed it, but we got to do this. Oh, did that work in this folder? Oh, god damn it. Son of a bitch. Alright, so... Alright, we're doing it. We're going back to what they had. Fuck it. Some of this ain't right. All right, so that'll go just like forever. Ah, god damn it. That's fine. So we don't even need to visualize that. Cool. All right, so we're going to call that good. We got the visualizer of the current diff. Sure. We're getting towards like hard cutoff time. We're getting there. Sorry, neighbors. It's not like I'm yelling. I'm not doing anything crazy. Okay, we might do some of this. Shh. They can't hear this part if we whisper. But yeah, honestly, I think I might be able to stream tomorrow. I think I can stream tomorrow. Like, it's going to be a rare Wednesday stream. Yeah, we'll be competing with Theo. We'll probably just raid Theo, obviously. Like, why not? But yeah, like, I don't have a meetup. My gaming crew can't meet tomorrow. Yeah, Wednesday stream. Rare. And I got shit I want to work on, man. But also because, like, I got all fucking morning for, like, work stuff. Like, I'm going to burn out all the tokens that I got tomorrow morning just doing work stuff, you know? Hopefully they reset by the time I need them. Okay, so no. The part that we care about. Sin monitor, yeah. The rate values in the front end are stuck at 0. That's at least just one thing, you know? Like, we gotta fix that. Right, so then, hold on. Did it blend? No, we're fucking dead in the water still. No. Not what I wanted. Okay. Why was that the change that needed to be done? Okay. Monitore. So, we at least... We got the deploy working. Motherfucker. Dude, how are all these fucking people, like, one-shotting these things? I think they're just fucking lying to us, man. I just think that's it. Like, they don't want to seem like an idiot, so they just lie to people. I don't think anyone's doing this fucking, like, one-shot first try kind of bullshit. Right? Not when there are, like, ephemeral things that the model just can't see. Or things that use, like, vision that it can't, like, see as well, you know? Which I guess is ephemeral. Right? Like, it's a lens through which a thing is viewed. Like, the size of the browser could change, like, anything, you know? Do it. Yeah, so this is one case where we are able to, like, work on these things completely separately. Like, almost entirely, just because, like, dude, no, one is, like, the deploy stuff, and it's just limited to, like, the GitHub action. And the rest is, like, the actual code. And that's a separate thing. And we can just, like, not commit the stuff. And, like, again, like, the Git part of things is the really important bit there. I really do wonder, like, the people who speak out against the Git, like, I'm trying to think, like, how are you thinking the snapshotting would work anyway? It just sounds like Git with more steps. Should you have to care about the Git? No, but, like, why change Git from being, like, the underlying mechanism? I'm not sure that still holds water, you know? Yeah, sure, like, you shouldn't have to think about the Git part. I totally get that. Yeah, you should not have to think about the Git part. Duh. Models are really good at that shit. So, how's our thing? Hey, we're deployed. That is such a nicer thing to see. All right, so now... Did it blend? Okay. And it looks way better with actual data now. Oh, shit. It does look like Masijo has had a way worse uptime. Now, could I just say, like, I think we're finally at a point where we have solved a problem with Masijo and we could, like, restart the counter? Or, ooh, would this be even better? And I know we're like running out of time. We got like 6 minutes before a hard stop. Gotta raid someone. Do we start to just like show when we made fixes and corrected Like, how could we, like, measure milestones? We could do. There's definitely some way to query the data we got, right? Like anything making this graph, like that's data that like we can refresh and get again. It has like timestamps and everything. Over 24 hours. I think eventually we should see a 28-day thing, but maybe it just doesn't show yet. Why is that not there? I'm gonna sweat it right now. Yeah, the rate thing. Dude, the rate thing is weird. Hold on. Let's test this real quick. Hold on. Dude, that rate value. No, wrong thing. No, we don't see an error for that either. All right. Well, I'm going to kick this off and we'll check it out tomorrow because I think I have time tomorrow. I got like work to do. I got to wake up early, so I'm not going to be going late. I will be on gaming, eating some snack and playing just some bullshit. But all right, so while we still have 2 minutes, who should we go raid so that I can maybe just go on like super quiet mode over on gaming for like an hour and then call it quits and get some sleep and wake up early and get a bunch of shit done. Who's streaming right now? Dude, we went super late tonight, right? But we didn't get too bad. I think we're good. I think this feels good. Yeah, I feel okay with today. Sure. You know, we did the things, but better than yesterday. Ooh, damn, just based on that phrase, should we raid Danny Stem? She's got to be going. Like, she's always going. Ooh, is Danny Stem not going tonight? Oh. Man, the category just keeps changing, man. I don't know half these people streaming right now. It's mostly game dev, right? Anyone got a preference for who I should raid? I know, like, we're pushing past. We're about to finish up. I just don't know any of these people. I just... Requirement, they have a mic. They have a face. We could do game dev if we want. Like, dude, there's nothing else right now. Right. Fuck it. Cozy game dev? Sure. Seems cool. Cozy game dev. Let's go rate him. Oh, this is like the best song on the album. Yeah, we don't usually do game dev, but what else is there right now? Yeah, it's crazy. That's why half of y'all are here. Right? Well, whatever. Sorry, I couldn't find anyone else. It was too much effort. Alright, so here we go. Later, YouTube. Cheers. Thank you for hanging out. We will do more of this tomorrow. Yeah, rare Wednesday stream, I think. Later. Later on